Everybody can hear me. We'll get our meeting started. It certainly is good to see each and every one of you here today. I had a couple of people come in a while ago and said, "What is going on? I can't even find a parking space." And I said, "We're giving out awards today for service awards." And that's what that is. So it certainly is glad to see each and every one of you. And I want to take a minute to thank you for your years of service. There's lots of service awards, and we're going to talk more about that in a minute, but it's because of you folks that the county is where it's at. And I mean, we've got employees that's been here just about their whole entire work career. And Miss Phyllis Scott's one of them. She's going to retire. She's going to retire this year, and she doesn't look old enough to retire, does she? Did I say that right, Phyllis?
Yeah, you did.
But anyway, we're certainly glad to have each and every one of you here today and to be with us here. So we're going to get started here, and we're going to open with a word of prayer. And Supervisor Marshall Jammon's going to open us in prayer, and then Nick Mitchell's going to do the pledge to the flag. Will you all stand with us, please, as we do this?
Let's pray. Dear Lord, we just thank you for the opportunity to gather here today, Lord. We just praise you and give you all the glory, Lord, for everything you've given to us, all the blessings. We ask that you be with us now as we consider the county's business. Lord, give us guidance, give us wisdom. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we will ask for approval of the agenda as it has been presented. Is there any changes or concern about the agenda? If not, I will ask for a motion that the agenda be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second?
All right, we got that in a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same side. No. All right, now our attorney's not here yet, but he'll be here by the time we get into the meat of the meeting. I understand that he is stuck in traffic on 220. Imagine that.
We've all been there, right?
Imagine that. Nobody's ever done that before. It's in here, have we? Been stuck in traffic on 220, but there he is. Okay, let's get here for what I think a whole lot of you's here today. Ms. Scott, how many awards are we giving out today altogether?
55.
55.
So we're going to do them in five-year increments.
5-year increments. So we're going to start with year 5 and then go up. And what's the highest?
30.
30 years? Okay. You got yours last year, I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody had something to say about that too, didn't they? All right. All right, let's, Chris, you gonna come down with me? Yeah. We're gonna go down there and give these out. I'm gonna leave this right there, so believe it or not. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I'll take them. Okay. All right, if you guys step over just a little bit. Okay, we're going to start with the 5-year. Garrett Smith. Did Garrett make it? Okay. Jacob Bush.
Jacob, thank you, buddy, for your service. Appreciate it.
William Rainey. Patty Hall was not able to be here. David Bruce. Let's see, David Bruce? No. Okay. Jesse Pendleton. Better known as Andy. Michelle Parks. Adam Worley. Felicia Gallion. Joe Sanders. Okay. Caitlin Owen. John Broughton. Look at that. That's John's. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
5 years.
5 years? 5 years, actually on my 6th. On your 6th year. We're working to stay here. Thank you, buddy, thank you.
Matthew Ashworth.
Hey.
Caitlin Hankins. Jennifer Cretin. Stephanie Shelton. Okay. Cynthia Traylor. Barbara Sammartino. There you go. Mark Prolleman. That one. Sarah Underwood. Patrick Thomason. That is the end of the 5-year service awards. We had 21. Now we'll go to the 10-year, and we had 19 of the 10-year. And we'll start out with Corey Lunsford. There we go. And get ready, folks, because they're all going to come back in here. So then you'll be able to see everyone at one time. Don Prolleman. Yeah, make sure that they're right. Yeah. Kelly Gooden. Congratulations. Timothy Muzikari Jr. I don't think he's here. Paul Harmon. Bo Custer. Courtney Price. Jessica Short. Jessica Short, but she's not able to be here. Timothy Mullins. Did I get the right one? Yeah. Thank you. Deborah Sutphin. Carolyn Preston. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Suzanne Moses. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Terry Mathena. Elizabeth Hall. Gregory Clemens. Mary Beth Gooden. Timothy Muzakari. Thanks. Jamie Hall. Okay, there you go. Walker Shively. Hey, buddy. That finishes out the 10-year. Now we'll go to the 15, and we have... We have 3 for the 15-year awards, beginning with Diana Cundiff. That's right. Sue Frith. Okay, there you go. Rosetta Jeffries. Now we're going into the 20-year. We have 7 people for the 20-year. And we're beginning with David Kern. David, okay, there you go. William Legans. Thank you, buddy. Kathy Smith. This name's hard to read, but I think it's Christopher Whitlow.
He's not here today. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, service.
Ora Hodges. Jonathan Holly. James P. Nolan, better known as JP. That ends the 20-year service. We have two 25-year, beginning with Susan Ray. Kay Chitwood. Now that's the end of the 25. Now we have three for the 30-year. Kathy Angle. There you go. Sabrina's not here. Sabrina Ross, but she was not able to be here. And Travis Whitaker. Just for a little bit of trivia, that's 620 years of knowledge that we have. Yes.
I asked everybody that got an award today to come back up here because I think there's going to be a couple pictures.
Yep.
Can I lay down right here?
I wish you would.
Get that place laid down. Better get the bag.
Barney, you don't stand a chance.
He's some big old boys in here. The sheriff needs, well, he's got most of them.
Mine is going to the back.
They ain't gonna see me at all.
Ladies right in the red, can't see her. She needs to come out a little bit. Travis, maybe if you could fit in over there, toward the back, in the back, right? Yes, thank you.
Does that look good? Is that everyone?
Chief. Chiefs. Everybody be real quiet. Don't say nothing. Thank y'all. Thank y'all again for your service.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. Thank y'all.
Ronnie, I thought that since they were here, they had to stay for the whole meeting. Do they not know that?
They're supposed to stay for the whole
I said-
meeting if
I
you're
said,
here.
"Y'all- If you're here, you've got to stay for the whole meeting.
My hand. My hand.
Oh, yeah. What a happy time.
Hey, Chris. Chris. Oh, you already got some?
All right, now, what is that doing to your psyche?
Killing me. It was really that bunch that I had tried.
Is that right? Well, you should be proud, too.
Did a pretty good job.
Yeah, exactly.
You get that on. I can't hardly reach it.
I think that's the longest standing I've done in.
Is it?
I think that's the longest I've done.
Doing all right?
Yeah, my back's killing me. I'm gonna sit for a little while.
Back when I broke my back.
Oh, okay. Hey, that might.
It is wonderful.
Is it?
Yes. Wait a minute, wait a minute. All right, check that out.
Oh, yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, buddy.
I don't have it strapped yet.
That's
but-
all right. Yeah, buddy. That's a whole lot gooder.
Good, good.
You know, I'll have to say, as a chairman, and I don't know if some of the previous chairmen will say the same thing, but that is one of the best things that I get to do, is give out those service awards. I just enjoy doing it. And everybody's so thankful, and these are people that have been here for such a long time and have, for the most part, they're not going anywhere. They're going to stay here. They love this county, and they're dedicated to this county. The only thing I got to say, Sheriff, is there was a couple big ones that walked out of here that was in some other departments. You ought to latch on to them boys. Them was some big fellas. Them some big linebackers, I believe. But anyway, it's good. It's good to be able to do that. It's good to have everybody here and the rest of you that's here, and we thank you for that. All right, we'll get into our meeting, the rest of our meeting. Develop per meeting, follow-up.
Sir, you mean take that one, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we can do that next on the agenda, then we'll do the consent agenda.
Yes.
That's John Broughton and Lisa Cooper.
Yes, sir. This is a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, from the last board meeting and our update on permitting, development permitting. And I think John and Lisa gave you the entire presentation. They're not going to do so today, another presentation, but they've got some positive updates for the board this afternoon. So, Mr.
I
Chairman.
remember this now. I
Yeah.
remember what this is. It's expedite. Yeah,
Yep.
go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa and I have some great news to share with the board today, and I'll let Lisa go first.
As you all will remember, last year you budgeted for a zoning enforcement, code enforcement officer. I am proud to announce that we did hire somebody almost a month ago, I think. A month ago. And I want to introduce you to him. His name is Scott Morris. And he comes from us with over 30 years of experience in the sheriff department, so law enforcement. So that's good when you're a code enforcement officer. You already know some of the laws. You're familiar with court. So I think it will help us. He's been doing a wonderful job. Some of the complaints have been taken care of quicker, so the letters will go out quicker. So hopefully we'll see people come into compliance in a timely manner. So I would like to introduce you to Scott Morris. And I'm happy to have him on staff, and I'm happy to report to you all that I am fully staffed. Yay!
Yay.
So that's always, this is a happy day.
We have nothing to say. It's a pleasure to meet everyone.
Pleasure's
Scott,
all
welcome
ours.
aboard. We appreciate it. And if you need anything, let us know. And we welcome you aboard. Welcome to Frank. You live in the county?
We did. My wife decided we needed to move and get a bigger house, so we're just across the lake into Bedford County.
Okay,
You can see Franklin County from there, but
okay. Good, well, welcome aboard.
You might be able to move him back to the
Might get him
side.
back to on this side, yeah. All right, thank you, buddy.
A man of many words, right?
Seems like it.
So next, the search has been long and challenging, looking to replace the new assistant building official position. We're lucky to have a staff member that applied for that. I'd actually sat down in his office one day and I was like, is there any reason you haven't applied for this position? After a little bit of discussion, next thing you know, he applied, we interviewed. We even did a second interview with Mr. Sandy. So I'd like to announce today that that position is officially filled. He's already hit the ground running. This will help facilitate our discussion about permitting in just a moment. But Mr. Daniel Orange,
Daniel?
he actually comes to us from Bedford as well. He's been with us, 3 years now? Been with us 3 years as a building inspector. So he's taken on a new challenge, a new role, and he's doing it with passion. So we look forward to having Daniel as our assistant building official.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
You got anything to say?
No, sir.
You're quiet too, huh? What is this? Y'all guys are quiet today.
Lisa's beaming like a ray of sunshine over here.
I'm really happy there.
Well, we're glad to have y'all aboard. Welcome aboard, and I'll tell you the same thing. If y'all need anything, just let us know. Not gonna promise you'll get it, but just let us know. Yeah, don't know if you don't ask. But welcome aboard, okay? Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Appreciate you. All right, real quick on the business, no presentation, just a couple of highlights from our previous presentation because it has been a month. We were discussing how to process the permits as efficiently as possible. Lisa and I are constantly working together on how to shape that, how to catch every opportunity that we can to make our processes better. One thing I failed to mention the last time that we were here is a lot of time is lost to the customer, and that time gets added to the time that the county has the permit application. So we're hoping to work on some time and date stamps in the future so that we know when staff had it and it's out to the customer, when that interaction actually took place. Because sometimes the customer, for whatever information's being sought, takes 2 to 3 weeks. And they were only in the permitting process for really a week. And the next thing you know, you get a phone call and you're like, Franklin County's holding up my permit and they've had it down there for a month and a half. But really, we've only had it legitimately for a week or so, and it's been in the customer's side. Do you have anything to add to that, Lisa?
No, I mean, I know we've, John and I do talk about it constantly. In fact, we were talking about it this morning. We're hoping to, if applications are filled out completely, we think that will help with the process of not having to send emails to get more information. So we have some ideas to help improve. And we do both think with a plan reviewer being on staff is going to definitely help John. And usually that person works closely with my planner, one, and we can get back to the rolling that we had where the permits were getting out quicker. I think it's a good thing.
Sure. So to not belabor the board at all, we just wanted to open it up for questions. You started some discussion, just wanted to give you an opportunity since we have 2 or 3 minutes. If you had any questions for
Anybody
us.
got anything? Go ahead.
You two, you know how much I love both of you. You do such a great job. But I do want to tell you, John, I'm working with quite a few developers in my district, a lot of activity, and I am hearing nothing but good stuff. They really are very complimentary of Franklin County, and I always point out you by name and Lisa by name. So these developers that do this, even outside of the Commonwealth, and have various experiences, they're very complimentary of the work out of our planning and zoning. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for everything that you do. And, we only hear from people when they have something to complain about 99% of the time. I will say this, from the ones that I have received lately, they've all been health department or VDOT or something like that, but the problem is they link you all with them. So maybe if there's some way, either through literature or something, that we could help educate them so that they know when they need to go and gripe to somebody, it needs to be either on out on Pale versus coming here.
Right.
And so that they can generate their frustration at the appropriate calls. And, if, whether it's through, like I said, pamphlets, flyers, whatever, I can't thank you enough for all that y'all do. And I think we've taken some good steps in the right direction with the new additions here that you brought in today. And if the phone calls, I think when you first started here, I told you if you can get your phone calls to go down and the complaints, number one in my book, and they have gone down, haven't disappeared, but they have gone down, and I will tell you,
Right.
I certainly appreciate that.
Yes, sir, thank you. We do have a form, just as far as education. We have other local departments that we work with, their contact information and all that. So that is given to them at the counter when they come in to do their business. The nature of our business, you will never get rid of 100% of the complaints.
No.
But we do take each complaint seriously, and we follow up on each and every one of them, both of us. And the ones that we truly investigated recently had really nothing to do with either of our departments, but there are the occasional one that, I may have had 5 in the 5 years I've been here that may have been my department's fault or something slipped through the cracks on the zoning side. We are human at the end of the day, but it's not for the lack of effort.
Thank you.
Mr. Jemison?
Good evening, John. How y'all doing?
There.
Listen, when y'all review plans, if you've got a stamped A&E set of drawings and all, y'all still go through them? Let's take a large commercial job. Is that required? I mean, if you got an A&E stamped, aren't they behind it? They bonded and all that?
They do. When you're doing a plan review, it's more of a follow-up catch-all type plan review. We do trust that the designer with the stamp knows what they're doing. Occasionally, we do find things, and I'll give you an example, like a firewall, a firewall that's required that got missed in the design. Typically, we handle that very professionally with the designer, and they're like, "You're exactly right. Based on these details, I did need a firewall there." So, what I do find with our commercial, very seldom are our residential homes designed and stamped. The commercial contractors, they work in many localities, so they're used to processes, and we find them really easy to deal with. We do pre-construction meetings with most of them. So do we still do a plan review? Yes, sir, but it's not on such a magnified level. It's more making sure that the sprinklers are where they're supposed to be if they're required.
Life safety?
Life safety, yes, sir.
All right. How about, I've heard some complaints about a third-party review. What are they talking about?
So we get requests all the time for expedited plan review.
Right.
And we don't really have that process here. It's, you get in line. We do separate our permits based on a deck being built or a commercial project being built. We separate that so we can manage each type of permit. We don't want that commercial job sitting there for a month. So we work that into our workflow. If they want to expedite, we do encourage them to do a third-party plan review, which is a third-party vendor that's certified in those trades, so to speak. So that's an option, not a requirement. It's talking to them 60 days ahead of time. It's like, well, if you really want your permit in 10 days and this is a 30-page commercial plan, then you do have an option to go through a third party.
And tabs on them to pick that up, right?
Here's what was your question, sir?
The cost of that third party is on the
It is on them,
contractor
and that
or-
is very typical throughout the Commonwealth. The taxpayer should not be responsible for
I
that
understand
person's
that.
project, is how I look at it. What I will say is, we've probably only had about 5 projects that they chose that route. When they do third-party vendor, once I know it, the third-party vendors are usually a team of people that look at these things. They'll have communication back and forth. When we receive that final report, we submit these plans, and we do encourage that the building official approve them for use. I read through the notes, we stamp them approved, because they've been gone through way more thorough than what we would have done.
Right. How long, I'm probably going down a rabbit hole. Typically, say a 3,000 square foot home, what's the plan review on something like that compared to a large, and there again, a commercial type job?
I would say, we try to say, prior to Lisa and I working really strongly on trying to make the departments more efficient, we've gotten that down to, we're simultaneously reviewing the projects, so they're doing their land disturbance while E&S is doing their part. The building is also reviewing simultaneously, so that's really cut down the permitting process. Barring how much time the customer has it, if we have to kick out for more requests, if they're a couple of weeks, I would say inside of 30 days. But my part, I may have only had it 7 or 10 days.
Is that just for review? Or
That is
permitted?
all reviews. That includes the health department. If there's VDOT permits required, we can't control their timelines. If it's the building department specifically, 7 to 10 days. It's probably similar, even though Lisa has longer timelines allowed for hers.
For commercial development, when we have site plan, E&S, and stormwater, we could be under review for 45, 60 days on the first submittal. And then it depends on if we have comments back. And in the meantime, the commercial, if they submit their drawings, John can be reviewing. But when you're talking about like a residential home, it probably, unless we don't have the information we need, it probably doesn't stay more than 5 days. Now, if we need more information, we're waiting for that back from either the contractor or the applicant, the homeowner.
So typically, for permitting purposes, once they come in, say everything is lovely, perfect world, right?
Yeah.
How long would it take to turn a permit around?
I would say if everything was perfect,
I don't know, probably within the week, because it depends on what's in the queue prior. Because, sometimes the bins are larger.
so simultaneous review, I'd say 7 to 10 for both departments, but those are the same 7 to 10 days.
Gotcha.
So if the world's perfect,
If
they
it's
have
the world's
everything they
perfect.
need. Yeah.
But lots of times, even for the homes, we need more information on erosion, sediment, and stormwater. And that causes a delay for residential development.
Can the contractor apply online for a permit?
They do it through email. We are working on that process, though.
We are looking on the process for people to be able to do it online. And when we do get the online processing, I think that will cut down on boxes not being filled out, because you probably are not going to be able to go to the next. Well, not probably, you won't be able to go to the next page.
One of the largest challenges is when a customer fills out their application. If they're in foot traffic, they come into the building to the counter with the permit tech. The permit techs actually take the time to highlight the areas that have to be filled out. You will be surprised how many folks do not complete what's highlighted. The phone's ringing, there's more customers in line, we're trying to, keep a flow to the office. Maybe something gets missed, that has to get kicked back out to the customer. So with our, I'll call it the digital piece or the online application, what that does is if you're going step by step, say you're on page 1, whatever the required fields are that are required to be filled out, it will not let you hit next until those required fields are
Right.
filled out. So I feel like that'll help that process be more efficient. The proof is in the pudding, so we'll see how it works out. From what I know about other localities, it works really well.
Do you have any timeline when you'll be online to bring it up, where they can start this?
I don't have a time for you, but we are working actively on it right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Whitlow?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would just add, on April 1st, staff will meet with the new director, the regional director of the Virginia Department of Health, and also plans to discuss some of the concerns from the contractors regarding the well and septic permits. Staff recently had an internal meeting with some of their staff already, but there is a new director, and so they've been very proactive to set this meeting up on April 1st.
And we have had several internal meetings. We all get along really well, work really, professionally with each other. Workloads have been very strong for the last year. And every department is suffering with staff shortages, every sister organization, everyone, the health department specifically. When we met with them, that was one of their problems, because to get someone certified to actually be able to approve a septic system for a new single-family dwelling takes them 18 months to be able to have that power. And, that's buried in the regulation. Staff over there is doing the best they can, but, they have their hands full with shortages as well. The only thing I wanted to add to this permitting process, another thing that we've done, we met as departments together probably 6 months ago to try to do fast-track over-the-counter permit issuance. So that's electrical services, decks, things that doesn't really require a huge plan review or a 7 to 10 day review. We are really trying to get those out the door. And the only thing I want to say in caution is we never want to be a rubber stamp locality. If you ask any customer that's ever dealt with me directly, and really my staff is the same way, but I, being the director of the department, I go outside of myself a little bit, go over and above sometimes to make sure they have a good experience. They will say, wow, this is greater than the adjacent locality. We won't name any names. We get those compliments because they're like, your process is simple. I usually, if we get written communication from a customer, we pass that along to our administration because they hear complaints as well. So we do try to share the positives, when they do come in.
Anybody else got any questions? The only thing that I had to say, and you already answered it, biggest complaints I'm getting is through the health department. And I heard what you said a while ago, and I feel confident that you all will work that out. But I get numerous complaints because of the health department taking so long with the permits, and I'm glad y'all working on that.
Yeah, and they're really good people over there. I can't say that enough. We work with them monthly in our development review meetings and things.
Are they still coming up here from Martinsville to do that?
The actual, is he director? What is his title?
It might be
The one that's in
director.
charge, he does.
He does come.
Out of
He's up
Martinsville,
and
it's not
down
here in
220.
Rocky Mount?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's doing everything he can to keep the boat afloat.
Okay, cool. All right, does that open it up for anyone else? All right. Well, thank y'all a whole lot, and thank
Sir.
you. I'm glad y'all got full staff now. That makes us happy too.
I have one more to go,
One
but
more.
we're working on that.
Okay, you're working on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
So,
Thank you all.
Thank y'all a whole lot for your work. We appreciate it. All right. All right, let's go into the consent agenda. This requires action, and I understand from Mr. Tatum that he wants to pull one and he has a question. And I don't think we need to go into closed session because it's a question for our council. And if he wants to go into closed session to do it, we can. But it's a question for that. So, Tim, you go ahead. It's number 6 is the
Yes.
one he wants to pull.
I would like to pull number 6 for discussion. Do you want me to go into the discussion now or wait?
Yes, let's go ahead. Ask counsel. He's here now.
Okay.
And if he thinks we need to go into closed session, we will,
All right.
for you to answer that. Cause we don't, he's, anytime, we made that up in our beginning. If we, have to ask counsel a question, we go into closed session for that instead of doing it out here in the open, because he's that. But if he wants to go into closed session, you can go ahead and ask him a question and he'll tell us what he wants to do.
Okay. My question, the start time on this for Sunday is, per county ordinance, is 1 o'clock. This is racing series, and they race all over Virginia, North Carolina. And if we stay with 1 o'clock, we're the only locality around. Everybody else starts at 10. And I'm asking, do we have the authority to waive that 1 o'clock start time and allow them to start at 10 o'clock? It's a once-a-year event.
You would have, the only way you could waive it would be by another ordinance,
Okay.
which would require public hearing or an amendment, you know, one or the other. But the way the code, the Virginia code sets it up, everything, if you pass an ordinance, the only way to amend it or get rid of it is by another ordinance. If it's a resolution, you can do it by resolution, but everything has to be equal in the hierarchy.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question for Chris. Is this by county ordinance, or was this done by resolution?
It is part of the county code,
Okay.
this chapter of the code, the racetrack ordinance.
Okay.
If, since you answered the question, you're comfortable, which would be the easiest to do, in, another ordinance or do a resolution?
Well, you'd have to do the, if. in
And that
order
do a
to
public
waive it,
hearing?
Yeah, you're gonna have to have an ordinance to amend what you've already got. You've got an ordinance that says 1 o'clock, you've got to either change the ordinance or pass a second ordinance that says, in certain situations, you can do X.
If we
I don't
would-
know that we can get that done if we expedite it, because this is for July the 12th and the 13th. Is it possible to get that done? Because we've got to announce 30 days ahead of time.
No more than 28 and no less than 7 on your
Okay, for you out on the after time.
You
So-
could have the public hearing next month.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to, for us to move in that direction and to waive the start time from 1 PM to 10 AM on that Sunday. I need to make that in the form of a motion to.
Are you asking to do this for just this one?
For this one
Or
event?
you're just asking to be able to do this, that we can do it if it comes up again?
I mean, if you're gonna go to the trouble of a public hearing and an ordinance, you ought to maybe put some discretion in it with regard to issuing the permit.
That's my, that would be my motion, yes, to give us the discretion.
Give the county the discretion to do that. All right, we got a motion on the table. Does everybody understand the motion? The motion is to change the ordinance from 11 o'clock from 1 o'clock on Sunday to 10 o'clock. To 10 o'clock.
Aren't you gonna, I apologize for interrupting, but aren't you essentially, as I heard Mr. Tatum's motion, I thought he was saying that he is asking the board to agree or vote in favor of us going in that direction so that we can schedule a public hearing and do all those things. Because we
Okay.
can't really do a whole lot without.
Without it going out of the way first. Okay. Thanks for that. Thanks for that clarification. All right.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm all for this event. I have no problem. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And I would see no problem in them starting at 10 o'clock like they're asking for. But if we make this motion here, I know it's going to affect the Speedway at Callaway. They're going to come back and ask, well, you did it for them, why are we doing it for? And that's bad up there to start it before at 10 o'clock, because you got 1, 2 churches you can almost throw a rock to, plus a lot of community right around it.
Well, I think the difference we have is this is a one-time-a-year event, and it is out in the middle of nowhere. It's not in downtown Callaway.
As long as it's tied to that one event, I got no problem.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that you're only changing the ordinance to allow staff the discretion
Right.
to do it. So, you know,
Just for this one event, or just for entire?
for any time. So when the event comes back in 26 and 27, staff will still be able to do that. You won't have to have a board vote on it at that point.
It's just gonna be a language difference, Mr. Jamison, where there's just gonna be some exceptional language that's proposed to give the staff authority, discretionary authority, to do something other than what the code stipulates.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd take the 1 o'clock out and put in
10
starting
o'clock.
time on Sundays will be within the discretion of the staff. And then we'll come up with some factors that we're going to consider.
Thank you.
Disturbance of neighbors, disturbance of churches, things like that.
Understand this is pretty much out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it is.
I haven't been out there, but I
I went out
understand.
there the other day, and you come to the end of state maintenance, you keep on going. It's woods on both sides, and then it opens up, and I didn't see a problem at all.
So Jim, would this be pulled from the consent agenda and then brought back after the public hearing and the direction of the board based upon the vote for the public hearing?
I would anticipate that it would not be part of the consent agenda, that the separate motion would be to advertise for the public hearing.
Yeah.
We'll draft it, put it in the advertisement for the public hearing, and then we'll have the public hearing at the next meeting, and it'll be up to you guys when you vote on it.
Yeah, so we
Okay.
just need to pull it.
All right, we'll pull it this one and then do the special language and put it in our next one. I think that's the way I'm hearing everything
So
together.
are we tabling it for right now? Is that what we're doing?
Ma'am?
Are we tabling it until after the public hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Till April. That's the way I'm hearing everything. All right, what about the rest of the consent agenda?
So, Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, I'm sorry, not complicated. So I know there was a motion by Mr. Tatum for county attorney then to work on language and to send to public hearing a modification of that portion of the code. I don't
Right.
think the board took a vote. I think.
We will in a minute.
Okay.
I
Yes,
got to
sir.
get a second. I don't even have a second on it yet.
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, is there anything else in the consent agenda?
I would like to pull two items,
Okay.
if I may, Mr. Chair. Item number 5 and item number 9.
Item number 5, demonstration application permit from Don Vineyard. And number 9, volunteer fire captain grant request. Okay, Ms. Smith, let's go with number 5.
Yes, sir. And after reviewing this, this request is for a number of consecutive months from March through October. And Mr. Gwynn, this again is a legal, perhaps a legal question. I'm wanting to know if we could do this on a monthly basis so that we can evaluate as things go from month to month, or whether it be advisable just to do 6-7 months in a row. If we would have to pull it. But I would be more comfortable seeking to have to re-up this on a monthly basis.
I don't think your code section addresses that specifically. So I would think that, that's one of those things that would be in the board's discretion with regard to how it approves it. And it would make sense, committing yourself to 7 straight months, if it turns out that there's a riot in the first 2 months, is probably not your best.
Right.
And I'm not saying there's gonna be, but to look at that. On the other hand, you may wanna go more than a month, just because you're gonna have it's kind of a shakedown cruise the first time to get that taken care of. It'll help you a little bit, and then you won't have to just repeatedly go over and over and over.
So maybe every 2 months?
Yeah, once you get, after the first 2 months, grant it for 2 months, and then when you look at the third month, if it's gone smoothly, you don't feel you're not as uncomfortable going ahead and saying, okay, we can go ahead for 3 or 4 more months now.
And so the other question I had, Mr. Gwynn, I know that the language in the discussion in the executive summary talks about the Board of Supervisors may set a bond for this. Do you consider that to be common practice under requests like this? And if so, what would be a recommended bond amount?
People do it so many different ways. I'm not sure I could tell you that there's any consistency or uniformity in the practice. And bonds are interesting. There are bonds, and then there are bonds with surety.
Right.
And I don't think I don't think the ordinance talks about having surety on it.
No.
So your bond is really kind of a piece of paper. I don't know that it would be enforceable, I guess, but you really, the likelihood of the county suing a citizen and, this, that, and the other because the grass gets trampled is probably not.
So you think it's a non-issue under the circumstances?
Probably not a great, I think
Okay.
you just go ahead and, given where it is, we need to just kind of look at it and, is $500 bond enough? Probably. something like that.
Would you recommend that we impose a bond?
We're probably getting right on the edge of legal.
That's, yeah.
I would defer probably to the county administrator or to staff with regard to maintenance and upkeep of that area,
Right.
what their concerns would be. You know, if it's raining that day, you know,
Because we are
it probably is
restrict-
gonna be messy.
Because we are restricting to a certain grass to area, correct, Mr. Whitlow?
That's correct.
Has
As
that
the
grass
summary's
spot out
written.
there
Yes,
to the
sir.
front?
Yes, ma'am.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Whitlow?
You know, following along legal counsel's maybe recommendation of, and if I heard Mr. Green correctly, you know, if it's not a 6-month, if you will, permit, if it's a 2-month or a month permit, and then it's reevaluated after that event, then maybe, you know, the board certainly would have that opportunity at the next time of permitting to say, well, if things went very smoothly, it was orderly, there was no damage, you know, and address it at that time. That's some consideration maybe.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, on getting those questions answered, whenever you prefer a motion on this, I'd be prepared to make it.
Okay.
You can let me know.
Madam,
As the petitioner, may I speak?
no, sir, this is not a public hearing.
Okay.
You can come back at, this afternoon. We have a public hearing and speak at that time. Yes, sir.
I was told to be here in case you had questions, so I thought maybe I could
All
answer.
right, but you can come back at that point unless somebody's got a specific question just related right to this particular item. Madam Clerk, can you pull up, in number 16 in in our book, Exhibit A, and put it on the screen? Number 6, Exhibit A in the book. You see it?
Are you talking about number 5, Mr. Chairman?
Huh?
Section 5 versus section 6?
I'm sorry, section 5. Yeah, the map, Exhibit A. I'm sorry, I meant, I got 6 right here, the next one in the thing. Yes, just the map. You show that.
Switch that over. You see that on your screen, or you see it not?
It's not on our screen up here. I mean, we've got it open in our book, as long as it's on that screen.
Well, it went away now. Still the same. It was back there.
Does everybody up here, do you have it to your map in the,
There it is.
there it is. All right, now go towards the road, the other way. Oh, okay, there it is. See the star right there along the road, where the star's by itself, right there along Route 40? There's a star up there on the road at the top of your screen. That's it, right there. All right, that's where they're talking about the designated area is to hold this.
This is the government center building right here.
That's the government center where we're at right now, back there. This is where they come in into entrance. And that's going to be the designated area. Is everybody, any questions there? Does that open it up? Does everybody see what we're talking about? All right, Ms. Smith, are you satisfied on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Whenever you.
We'll make a motion.
Whenever you're
Or do you
ready.
have any specific questions about this just for Mr. Vineyard?
I don't have any specific questions.
All right. What was the other one that you had, number 9?
And 14.
Volunteer Fire Capital Grant Request.
Yes, sir.
All right, now that's going to be section 14 in your book.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My review of this, and the executive summary itself indicates that this has not been reviewed by public safety staff. And that's my concern, because last year, this board was very, very clear that anything to do or touches public safety, that we would honor our public safety director's authority for things to be vetted through his office with, of course, he reports to Mr. Sandy. I think we need to be consistent, and we need to make sure that we are keeping our public safety director duly authorized, as he is under our code and ordinances, to do his job. And I just do not like this being before us without the benefit of our public safety director not having reviewed it. And I really don't care, quite frankly, if it's grant funds, whether it's a reappropriation or what have you. It's still, in my better judgment, needs to be referred back to the Office of Public Safety for disposition on it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
These requests, I looked over them, these requests are for items like turnout gear, air bottles, hose, these items. These are typical items that each department manages, and I mean, public safety, they're not going to go out to every department in the county and review every time they put in a request to replace some fire hose. Because anytime you have a fire, you're going to burn up some hose and you're going to have to replace it. So, I think that's been reviewed by the Fire Association, and the departments have come together and reviewed it. I think that was the whole meaning and the whole reason behind this grant when we started it, was to have this particular grant was to have input from the Fire Association and the volunteers, to give the volunteers a voice in this money and this funding. And I don't see anything wrong with this request.
With all due respect, Mr. Tatum, my response to that would be, it's a new day. We've got a new public safety director, and he is working overtime to try to restructure and perhaps rebuild policies, SOPs, SOGs, and I think that we've got to just empower him as he is under our code, regardless of how it was set up initially. But these things might be incremental and small in nature, but I'm sure our public safety director, and he could speak to this more so than I, has activities in and around equipment, whether it be for grants or access or what have you, that he needs to know what's going out when and under what allocation of funding. I just want us to be consistent with what we've said. We've been very clear about that. So I would ask my colleagues for any feedback.
My only statement, I understand it, both parties, what you're saying, both parties are saying. But my only thing, if we go through like it was, and that's what I understood it to be said in the very beginning, if it goes through the director to staff, there may be a piece like a hose or something somewhere else that somebody has that they're not using, that he may be able to get and give it to whichever department needs it. And it may be there, and that way it's easier for one person to keep up with everything more than a bunch. You see what I'm talking about, where that it could be, well, I think you used the term the hose, but say one of these, say Boone's Mill needs hose, and then Henry's got 2 or 3 extra hoses. And he knows about that, and he could get it there. And to me, that's where the extra would come from, is it just goes through one person or through one place instead.
I just don't want to take the volunteer association and the members, the men and women that get out and do the work every day in these departments. I don't want to take their portion of their ownership in this. It is a matching grant. They do have to put up 20% with it. And, you know, I want to make sure and guarantee that they have some say-so in the matter. They are volunteers. They are, you know, putting their time in, and, you know, they're invaluable. We certainly don't want to
They are
go without
invaluable.
them.
They are invaluable.
Yeah, we don't want to go without them, and you know, this is something for the last couple of years that is vetted by the Fire Association, and the members come together and they make the recommendation. You know, when they make large purchases like this, majority of the time, you know, they go through the public safety on making these purchases. There's not a department out here that's going to go on their own and try to buy an air pack and things, you know, anything like that. They're going to work through public safety. I just want to make sure that we're not alienating and taking our volunteers out of the process.
Is Chief Fowler here?
Mhm.
Chief, will you come up? Go ahead,
Chris, where's the money coming from for this grant?
This is from the grant light item, Mr. Mitchell, that the board set, I think it was 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, the board started if there were funds at the end of the year for carryover, that $50,000 each year would be channeled as carryover for this specific grant.
So this is local taxpayer dollars going into this grant for local volunteer companies to draw from.
That is correct.
I thought we were pretty clear the last couple meetings that we're paying a director of public safety to vet these things for us and then be present. I don't understand why we're going round and round in circles, and I don't understand why staff is respectfully requesting when I thought we made it very clear that we're tired of going round and round with this.
I don't even know why it's before
The
us.
director of public safety needs to vet these things and it be brought to us.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, when the grant program was set up initially 2 or 3 years ago, written into the grant policy and procedures, and I remember the board's specific direction to staff would be that this would not necessarily be channeled through public safety, that this grant program would go directly through the Fire Association. And so understand there may be some varying sentiments from the board, as you mentioned, Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Smith, over the last couple of months. And certainly if that's the case, we can change the parameters for the grant program. But as initially established, it was to be channeled and managed, if you will, through the Fire Association.
That's the way I understood it to be set up to begin with.
Right.
But a couple months ago, 3 months ago, we changed it. Everything was going to be vetted through the fire chief. It's the way I understand it now. It goes that way.
Well, and Mr.
Let me-
Chairman, I'm not taking anything, the leadership through the volunteer, they are more than competent and perfectly capable of these things. But when I'm talking about taxpayer dollars, there needs to be someone vetting that who is accountable to county administration and us, because it's our job to look after those tax dollars.
Right.
That's just how I feel about it.
Chief, is there, do you have an inventory of surplus equipment somewhere that that the departments can draw from?
I don't. We worked on a capital inventory. We've been working through that this year, but I don't have a capital inventory of surplus that would pertain to each individual company. So one of the things that the way I would say this back, Chairman Thompson, is albeit the county does provide a lot of the equipment on behalf of the volunteers, a lot of the volunteers still do raise money. So if there was extra equipment somewhere, some of these things would potentially be commingled, meaning some taxpayer dollars bought it, some donation funds bought it. We have been working to kind of, and this is why I asked Chief Ledbetter to come up, because for those who don't know, he is the president of the Volunteer Fire Chiefs Association. We actually have a very great working relationship when it comes to a lot of the needs for the volunteers. We work very well together. So to kind of answer one of those questions, let's say they needed some extra hose, my first phone call would actually be to Chief Ledbetter and say, Chief, Henry burned up a hose this week and they need 200 feet of 1 3/4 hose. Can you reach out to the other chiefs, see if anybody's got something? At that point, what we would do is, we'll try to get what's needed working together.
Right.
And then the first thing, and I'll take, for instance, Wade's Gap. We had that happen at Wade's Gap. Wade's Gap, unfortunately, was one of those fires I'd rather lose some hose than lose people or lose equipment. We didn't have anything extra in the county, but outside of the grant, that was a need that was there. We had a few funds, and so we saved the grant money from having to be expended upon the needs of the forestry hose replacement because we had that. In my understanding, again, this is my first year working through the grant. Chief Ledbetter and I have discussed the fact that they were going to be holding their meeting, that they would be vetting amongst themselves historically where this grant was going to come from. I have seen the request that they have there. I will say, no, I don't. I haven't personally seen invoices, which is the typical on some dollar amounts. But I'm sure that if I asked Chief Ledbetter, could you present me to the invoices of what you were going to buy, that would follow that same process. That would be the only part of the vetting process that I would say that I would be involved in is I trust some of the inventory that these chiefs need for their departments, and that was what the grant was set up for. What you would be asking for me, Supervisor Mitchell, would be, hey, did I check the invoices? Did I make sure that this matched with what we were spending? Are we following the normal procurement for the county? Because at the end of the day, like you guys said, somebody has to be responsible for the tax-paying part of this. Again, looking over these are not funds, or these are not amounts that exorbitant. They're not like going above and beyond. I think they did a great job being diligent and splitting this out. A few departments made no requests. Is it okay if I express one concern? I only have one concern that I would have brought up with this. It is my understanding, in my opinion, if I were to vet this, that the line items here should be used for capital. And when we talk about training, albeit it's very, very needed for these folks, I would rather see them hold back the leftover money that they were requesting for training, use that for future capital, because they get to keep it year over year. Capital goes year over year. And I'd like to see the chief and I work a little bit better with some leftover training funds that we might have to fulfill those, so that we can keep this for its intended purpose, which is capital, versus going for a training line item when I have some funds that I've identified with my training officer in this last week.
Okay. Chief Ledbetter, do you have anything to add?
Basically, the way I remember it is exactly what you said. Like I said, when this was originally proposed, Supervisor Tatum proposed it to be channeled through the Fire Association. We all make our request. We all sit down as a group. We vet what everybody requested. Yes, we agree. No, we don't. Go through that, and that's what I present to the board and to Mr. Carter. And then, like I said, but historically, the way we did it, then it was granted, yes, go and make the purchases. At this time, nothing has been purchased. So this is just a request to have the money to be able to spend. As far as the hose and things, just like Chief Fowler said, we actually have probably 2,000 feet of hose from Ferrum on a truck sitting in Henry right now, because when they were given the truck, they didn't have hose to put on it. So we gave them hose that we had for that reason. We work together all the time to use all the county assets the very best we know how. Historically, if you'll look, we probably squeeze a penny as tight as anybody in the county. That's just because we've always had to. As far as the training money, excuse me, it was my understanding before we made this request that there was no available funds in the county for the Firefighter 1 class that we're currently putting on. We have students from every department in the county in that class. Most are new members, some are older members, but we have every department in the county represented in that class. So that's the reason we wanted the funding. Before this, like I said, Chief Fowler had expressed it, basically the available funding for the Firefighter 1 class was used when he got here to put on the career academy for the new hires. That's fine. We completely understand. You got to get them up to speed as well, and they're desperately needed in the field. So that's the reason we were asking for some of this money to be used for our Firefighter 1 class, because obviously with theirs being during the day, during the week, most of the volunteers couldn't attend those classes. So that's the reason we're trying to put on our own.
So the county's putting on the class?
It's going through the Fire Association. We have a team of instructors that we use through our Fire Association. This is the third year we've done it. We've had 100% pass rate on every class we've had. We work very hard to make sure that happens, and that's what the funding was for, was to pay the instructors under
Pay
what
the
was
ins-
normally
you-
paid for by
You
the
have to pay
county.
the instructors.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And
That's
how
the
many,
reason
how many hours is that class?
160-ish. I don't remember exactly, 160-ish.
Okay.
For firefighter one. It's very, very lengthy, very intense class. And to keep in mind, that to pay the instructors, I think the last class, which was funded out of some of these funds, the last year, we did this last time as well. Like I said, we had 100% pass rate on it. And when you have, I think we started this class with just under 30 students. And when you have that many students, you have to have a certain number of instructors per student ratio, just like in the school system. Works the exact same way for the class to be recognized by the Department of Fire Programs here in Virginia. So that's the reason that the last class, I think, ended up about $16,000, $17,000, something like that. And like I said, that's because of having to have, when you have that many students, you have to have a lot of instructors. But we are very fortunate in this county. We have some of the best instructors in the state. So that's the reason for the request for the training funds.
All right, does that open up any more questions for any Mitchell?
Someone refresh me. A while back, we approved a grant for, wasn't there some funding for firefighter training?
There was, Mr. Nick Mitchell, Mr. Sandy may be able to explain that more. I know there was some grant dollars secured, maybe last year. I don't know if it's fire programs grant dollars for possible training. Maybe Mr. Chief Fowler, I'm not sure, but I do recollect that.
I won't speak to last year. Historically, I can look at what my line items were last year. There is a firefighter training or fire training line item we have recurring annually. Last year, $40,000 with the $55,000 budget was spent on the Firefighter 1 class for the volunteers. This year, we did secure a grant for the Firefighter 1 class. It was 100% paid for by the state. Not to take away what Chief Ledbetter is talking about is the state does have a not as good of a success rate, meaning they're about a 67% pass rate. That's the average among the state of Virginia. But again, when we're looking to save every dollar we can, we put in for a funded grant. BDFP granted us a 100% paid for Firefighter 1 class here in the county. That grant was turned down. That grant was turned down because, again, they have a better success rate. I mean, honestly, their answer was we have a 97%. It's actually, I think is what was cited to me, 97% success rate. So when you get a 97% success rate versus 67% success rate on average, that does give something to talk about. I think what happened with this was rather than come to the table directly here with me, some decisions were made without my office. I can't go back once a grant's turned down. So the grant was turned down. There was some discussion amongst the chiefs. They did get a lot of folks volunteering. In fact, some of my paid staff are volunteering as well to instruct in those classes at no cost to the county, no cost to us. They're just volunteering their time as well. They've got, 10 or 12 as well, volunteer instructors to get this academy going through. I think one of the things what Chief Ledbetter is talking about, though, is when we do this, some of the forgotten costs or the tangibles, the things that when you get to burning things and do the live fire training, you've got to have the pallets and the products. When you do the fire extinguisher training, you've got to have the extinguishers and the products, so on and so forth. I know that Captain Fouts has covered those costs all up to date as of now because he's very involved with this class, and we've covered that. What I'd like to say is the funds, when we talked about this, it wasn't a direct no. We didn't know what the cost at the beginning from our training budget. We were not that we were unfunded. We had a fire training line item, but this year we put on our first academy in years, and that was not expected. It was to run that full fire academy, the Blue Ridge Fire Academy number 3 that we just graduated back in December. So without knowing what the cost was, but I will say that we did that on a shoestring budget. Right now, we were able to do that in totality with some creativity from my staff members for less than $15,000. There's not one person that's put a fire academy on for that price. So speaking with John this week, it's allowed some opening of funds that we've committed to the class of saying the tangible goods that they need for this class, because the books have already been paid for. The instructors are volunteering their time at this point, but they do have the tangibles. Again, that line item that you've committed to, Supervisor Mitchell and other board members, we've got the available funds at this point, and I would prefer to see the operating budget that's already been there used for that, and in cooperation with Chief Ledbetter and the Volunteer Chiefs Association, and keep the rest of those funds for those capital needs that these guys need, because there are some. There's more. I think they really, truthfully, honestly, penny pinched on what they could have asked for this year, trying to kill two birds with one stone. And at the end of the day, I don't think without some of these discussions, they understood I had that second stone. So, but with the rest of this in regards to these, like I said, the only thing that I would do, Supervisor Smith, to vet this would be to just go ahead and do my due diligence would be to look over the invoices. But I know in speaking with Chief Ledbetter, he has no problem being able to turn over the invoices and ensure that these aren't something that would go well in excess, or on the opposite end, don't save a penny to buy something that's not going to save a firefighter in need. You know, don't buy a $500 set of turnout gear when they're $4,700. I think they're all matching the specs. They actually were very, very, very instrumental. We had most of the volunteers on our recent spec committee to try to get these, so they understand the guidelines that I've put in place when our requirements come to the safety equipment that they have inside of this list. So I would say that, again, albeit I have not vetted it. We did speak. It was just one of those that between the time they had their meeting and the time this got here, they just didn't have time to put the invoices on my desk. But Chief Ledbetter and I have worked very diligently together on this aspect to ensure that he understands, though, what my expectations are when it comes to our spending with the county. And like I said, the only thing was there is identifying that we did end up with some leftover funds in that line item.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chief Fowler, for your explanation, and thank you, Chief Ledbetter. I really appreciate that. It's always an education. Please know where I'm coming from. Our volunteers are the sun and the moon, quite evidenced through these last two ice storms. And my inquiry is based solely on process. And this board was just very clear. We don't feel that it's, when we had this discussion, we were pretty clear that we thought us getting, fielding these requests was not fair to your position. It wasn't fair to the Director of Public Safety for us to be looking at something that you haven't looked at in consideration of how you manage your organization. And so we're just trying to get a process in place to support you in being accountable for your budget and how you're allocating funds, and the relationship that you're building is obvious to me tonight, and I applaud that greatly, and it's very needed. But I just want you to know where I'm coming from. It's not a hit on the volunteers whatsoever. It's about process.
Yes, ma'am, and I understand that completely. And again, I agree with you wholeheartedly as we try to rebuild, some of the processes and work with a fiscally responsible budget. I get the questions because I made that commitment to you several times, to all of you board members, that I would be a fiscally responsible director. But again, so I do see the pause that you have when it says I haven't vetted the process. Again, I think Chief Ledbetter has been very instrumental in working and tying the relationship between the volunteers and career over this last year. He's been very instrumental. So again, knowing that this came through this way, we've had an opportunity to speak this week. I've had an opportunity to go over this. Like I said, the only missing link would be looking at some invoices. But knowing the relationship that Chief Ledbetter and I have developed over this last year, I would say to you, looking at what the request is, and then this week, him turning those over, we would be a fully vetted process. And my request to you as the board is, these folks didn't make a request up until now. I know they didn't quite finish everything out with their grant from last year. And I wouldn't want to hold up some of this needed equipment. I would ask for reconsideration to keep this in the consent agenda. Go ahead and let this go through with the only one caveat that we go ahead and hold off the training funds, because I'll commit to Chief Ledbetter that the training funds that he's looking for, I've identified another, so that we can keep this money for them for capital needs.
And then we'd come back, and we can do it through Chief Fowler or back in front of the board through Brian, to use the remaining balance, for capital. We'd rather use it for capital, but
Sure.
we wanted to fund the training if at all possible.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very satisfied, and I appreciate
You
the
want
time.
to pull that one out, didn't you? I mean, you want to leave that in there.
I'd like,
Yes.
can I make a
Oh, I'm
comment too?
sorry.
Go ahead.
I really believe that Chief Fowler should review the list and approve the list, and the action that we have in front of us should say that he has reviewed and approved the list. I think it's really important to follow that. I think that there are things that you'll look at, is this equipment necessary? Probably check. Are we being consistent? Probably check. Is this what you would buy if you were buying it? And all of those things are in your power, and you should have that. So I have no problem with buying this stuff, but we should not approve this action as written, because it's setting a precedent that we're not allowing you formally to review and approve the list.
And Supervisor Quinn, I understand that, and again, I think if you would like that process, because that is the precedent that we've been setting over the last few board meetings, we can certainly do that, and Chief Ledbetter and I would be more than happy to verify and vet these things on the list. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, is there anything that needs?
I'll work with you any way I can.
I mean, again, I think that, it is some growing pains for both of us and for the board as we're blending a little bit of the old ways with a little bit of the new ways, and we move forward. And so I certainly can appreciate where we're coming from. And that's why I asked Chief Ledbetter to go ahead and step up here with me, because rather than just asking me, I want you guys to see that when it comes to the Volunteer Fire Chiefs Association, especially with President Ledbetter, that, not just Chief, but President Ledbetter, I'll give you those, that we that we work very, very well together. And this was the key. This has been the key over the last year to rebuilding this relationship together. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important that for the first time you guys see the volunteer chiefs and myself as the paid chief standing side by side together, being able to answer questions and working with each other in front of you.
I just want to make
I think dialogue's important.
It is, and I think this further clarifies the importance we feel of your role, and the accountability and transparency that you're putting forth. We want to empower you to do your job.
Mr. Mitchell?
I'm fine with it staying on the agenda. As long as we know, I don't doubt Mr. Ledbetter one bit, but, one of these late nights when we're sitting back there in a budget work session, and I ask Chris, why in the world is, we can't come down on Mr. Ledbetter, but we can Director of Public Safety.
Yes, sir.
So that's why it needs to follow that ladder.
Correct. And so maybe I would say then, if we could keep this on there with the one, like you did the last one, the caveat, maybe that we allow them to spend this money with the caveat that each one of these items that I sit down with Chief Ledbetter and that I vet them before the money's actually spent. That way it doesn't hold the process up another month. It allows us to go ahead and get the board action to allow the money to be released from the grant. Again, with the condition that I vet each one of the items to ensure that the money is being spent appropriately.
Thank you.
That's good with me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think,
Is it possible to change the wording of this, or is that locked in? For example, where it says, these requests have not been reviewed, could it be changed to, these requests have been reviewed and approved by public safety? Is it possible to make a change in the action? Since you're saying you've reviewed it and approved it, Chief Fowler, and that way it'd be consistent with what we're trying to do. So that's the question.
where are you talking about?
On the top of page 2, it says, these requests have not been reviewed by public safety staff. And I would just suggest we could say they have been reviewed and approved by public safety staff. And also under the recommendation, you would say the staff has reviewed and approved these requests. It would be a couple minor word changes that would allow us to do it today.
You see where he's talking about,
Yes, sir. Again, the reviews, I've had an overview of them. They align with costs associated, but Supervisor Quinn, I just haven't reviewed the specific products. And so that was the question, if we want to say moving forward that we agree to the consent agenda with the contingency that we review the actual product, the invoice.
And Mr. Quinn, I think you can accomplish what your goal is through the
what
motion.
your goal is through that statement,
With the motion.
with that motion, yeah.
Yeah, I think it can be accomplished.
Okay.
Chief Ledbetter, you okay?
Yes, sir.
You okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right, everybody else okay with that? Changing that up on the contingency of staff going over the invoices. All right, that'll take care of number 9 then. So let's go back to, all right, we've already took care of number 5, and we've already taken care of number 6. We need to leave that one in there. We need to leave that in there today until we put in there. We need to leave that in there, Madam Clerk, or do we need to pull that out until we say we need to have a hearing on that, public hearing? How do you want to do that?
Can you do a motion that you're going to table it until after the public hearing?
We can do a motion on that till we do a motion that until after we do a public hearing. Okay. Can we do a voice vote on that, or you want a, you want a roll call on that? All right. Are you satisfied with, is the board satisfied with all of the requests now as presented? We'll do a roll call on that one, and then we'll do a roll call on the remaining part of the board.
Mr. Chairman,
All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. For the, for my 2 items, I think there's going to be a need to restructure the motions. So they're probably going to have to be pulled and then voted on separately.
Right.
Is that, if that's okay?
We need to pull 5 and, we definitely need to pull 6. We don't have to do a public hearing on number 5, do we? We just need to restructure that to where we doing it for two times instead of 6, instead of doing a blanket of 6. So we can leave that in there, and then number 9, we just changed the wording on that, contingent upon the review of the fire chief, Chief Fowler, correct? Okay. All right, so let's pull everything out but, number 6.
Yeah, are we going to do a separate motion for each one of these?
Ma'am.
Number 6 first?
We're gonna do
Your
number
motion to
6. I'm
table
gonna
it.
pull 6 first.
Uh-huh, yeah. And
Then
it'll be a
we'll vote
motion-
on all the rest of them at one time. Is that how you want to do it?
I think you should do it separately, number 6.
Or you tell me how you want to do it?
Okay, let's do number 6 first.
All right,
It'll
number
be a
6,
motion
I
to
need a
table.
motion for number 6, Mr. Tatum.
Okay, I make a motion that we table number 6, the outdoor occasion racetrack permit, until after our public hearing, which will be at our April meeting.
I need a second.
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk, you do a roll call vote on that?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, now you want us to pull number 6, or can we do that all together?
Be
Number 5?
I mean 5.
It's
All right.
Mr. Vineyard's application. We
We'll
would need
pull
a
number
motion.
5, and I need a motion.
I would offer one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I would make a motion to approve Don Vineyard's application for a demonstration for a 2-month period to then be reevaluated by the Board of Supervisors with the following conditions as stated in the report. I don't want to read all those right now.
Right, we don't
Amy,
need
if
to
you
read
could just
all
pick
of them.
those up. That's my motion.
Need a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, and number 9? You want us to pull that one and do it separately, or you want to do it all? She wants to do that one too. All right, I need a motion on number 9.
I can provide one if you like.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that the board approve the proposed capital expenses presented by the Volunteer Fire Association in the amount of $58,122.42, with the understanding that public safety will ensure that that they are approved and properly submitted, with additional appropriations that can be considered for training purposes pending future details on training needs and cost.
All right, I need a second.
Second.
Got a second? Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, now, we need all the rest of them, all the rest of them, I need a motion that they be approved.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 as presented.
I need a second. Second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Boy, that was an arduous task, was it
Mr.
not?
Chairman, can we take 5?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We'll take a
They
5-minute.
want to beat me up back there. You realize that. This is all my fault.
We'll be right back in just a minute. Your turn, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? Great to see you all today, and I'd like to say I'd like to make up a little time for you, but I don't think I can make this much time up for you. But I will be brief. So we got our VDOT road report here. Looking at maintenance activities for the previous 30 days, we have Route 705 Chestnut Hill is back open. You'll note that they're doing some paving out there at this time, and then soon our bridge project will come behind it. So a lot of activity on Chestnut Hill. Dropping down to maintenance for the next 60 days, we continue our brush removal and shoulder work in preparation for our 25 surface schedules. We have our primary and secondary routes from the storm debris removal. We've got up to three trucks with crews that are going around with grapple, getting up that material. We've just completed the primaries, and we're off on to Hardy Road and others today. If you've been by Burnt Chimneys lot, you'll notice that's just from one area, so.
I come by Burnt Chimney a lot coming here today.
Yes, sir.
There's a pile of brush there.
Massive, yeah.
What y'all gonna do with all that?
Well, we're gonna grind it up, but likely we're gonna haul it off to the landfill, and we'll have a tub grinder go in. So we have a big debris pile at the landfill as well that's
I was
separated.
wondering if you was gonna have a fire. We could have
I hope not.
Be a
I
heck
hope
of a
not.
marshmallow roast.
It'd be an awful large one, that's for sure. Skipping down, we've got Route 623 Ferrystone Park Road. We have a bridge replacement project that'll be coming up March 24th, and that's scheduled to be completed by April 4th. On Route 122, Booker T, we have a slope repair that we're planning to do this Sunday evening. It'll be under a flagging operation right there at Captain's Quarters. We've got some slide right there that we'll be putting some riprap and some geotextile membrane on. Then when you got our plant mix schedules there, you'll see for Route 40 and 220. And then on page 2, you'll see we have some plant mix schedules there for some of the secondary routes. And then dropping down to the last item, the Summit View Business Park. I came through there today, and they're paving the connector road. So that's nice activity. And then lastly, I mentioned the bridge replacement, but again, 705 Chestnut Hill. So that concludes our report for this month, and I'll be glad to try to answer any questions you all may have.
Has anybody got anything? Nick?
Brian, are you guys going to keep going on all the back roads and everything until all those fallen pines and everything are out of the
Yes,
state
sir.
right away?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep, we're going back and cutting everything back to the right of way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, and if you see something we missed, please let me know. We'll circle back.
It's too early to say if you missed it. There's still a lot out there.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot out there, buddy. I don't have to tell you nothing. You
Yeah.
see.
Sure is. Yes, sir.
That, is there any way possible that we could put a flashing sign and coming toward Rocky Mountain? You come around that curve, I've saw two times, one on both sides, going and coming. Not real, it could have been an accident there. Cars coming across, it's blind there. The people coming up, if we could slow them down, I don't know, a flashing sign or something like that.
Okay.
Is that possible, or could you look at
I
that?
know that section's in the town limits, but I can work with the town if it is, or if we can put something in advance. We'll take a look at it and let me
Thank you.
see what we can do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
I was just going to I just want to compliment you, well, and the contractors that worked on Kemp Ford. They did a really nice job, both on the work that they did, but also controlling the traffic. There's so much going on there during the middle of the day. It's really hard to keep traffic flowing while you're redoing the road. So they did. I just wanted to let you know they did a nice job.
Thank you very much, and I'll be sure to pass that on.
Anyone else?
Thank you all.
Yeah, please pass on our congratulations to your staff, because those guys have worked hard out there on them roads.
They sure have, and it's been a winter.
Them roads, they were a mess. I've never
We
seen
were in it
like-
together, all of us, so.
I've never seen a mess like that before.
Yeah.
It's, they done a remarkable job. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you.
you. We're gonna ask you to do yours a little bit later on, okay? And we're gonna try to get back a little bit on, schedule here. All right, now we done already had our break, so we're gonna jump over that one. And then we're gonna go into our work session. We're gonna do it here. And I'm gonna ask, Mr. Whitlow if he'll introduce Mr. Gary Hooker of the Pierce Group Benefits, for health insurance.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We have here with us Mr. Gray Hooker. He's Senior Vice President of the Pierce Benefits Group. If you recall, in recent years, our health insurance consultant, USI, was with the county for many years, and this last year, the board, of course, approved to put out to RFP for consultants and county staff, finance, human resource staff, work through those RFPs and proposals, and of course awarded that, and the board ultimately awarded it to the Pierce Group. I have not necessarily had the opportunity to work with Mr. Hooker as closely as county staff, Mr. Brian Carter, and the human resource and finance staff. However, they come to us this year when, and I know board members previously have inquired as to putting out for proposals for the county employee health insurance. And certainly this year was a prime year, if you will, to submit for proposals. The Pierce Group has done so, and he is here to walk you through those proposals. We also ask, as we shared in the budget work session, there was a 15% increase to the insurance premiums. Significantly so. He's going to walk you through. It actually was higher than that. They've worked through Anthem to reduce those. We also requested Mr. Hooker to go back and his firm to really explore any and all alternatives. And staff met with Mr. Hooker, I think it was last Wednesday, to review possibly another alternative besides the traditional, if you will, proposal. I know he's here with us to walk us through all the information today. This is the first time, I think, Mr. Hooker, that you've been before us in the board, and we look forward to getting to know you more and get better acquainted. And so that's a long introduction, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So, Mr. Hooker.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hooker, I want to welcome you to Franklin County, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Board Chair and members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here. We certainly I want to start out by thanking you for voting to have Pierce Group Benefits take over the consulting of the county's, all of the county benefits that we are, and the staff here has been wonderful to work with. I can't say enough about the finance department, the HR department, everyone that's has worked diligently for this transition. We spent about 3 hours together, I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday, and made a lot of progress. So what you're going to see here today is a full outline of the work that we have done since we came on board. Part of the bid process when we were hired was to do a full health RFP, request for proposal for health insurance. I've done this now for 32 years. And came right out of college, and my specialty is in self-funded healthcare plans, but I've been with Pierce Group about 4 years. I owned my own firm 22 years prior to that. And so I thought it would be helpful, one, to give you just a quick overview of who we are, also to go over the results of the RFP, which I think are very interesting and eye-opening to what the Virginia health insurance market is like today. Go over the Anthem winning bid, that I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's already been discussed with the board. And then to go over a late bid that came in outside of the RFP from the local choice. And I'll explain fully of what that plan is. And so if you have any questions along the way, just raise your hand, and I'm happy to take them as we go along. So Pierce Group Benefits was started in North Carolina about 58 years ago by a man named Mr. Glenn Pierce. He started out working with school systems in the state of North Carolina, and mainly in voluntary benefits and other core benefits besides health care. We started getting into health care about 15 to 20 years ago because of the need from a lot of our city county governments in North Carolina. And then entering into Virginia about 9 years ago. We have a unique system in Virginia. In the Commonwealth, you do not have a state health plan like we do in North Carolina. So every school division in the state of Virginia has to have their own health care plan. So we started the consulting division primarily for that reason. And I primarily, although I run the consulting services division, I still carry a personal book of business of around 25 groups. Those groups do include, just for full disclosure, the City of Martinsville and Martinsville City Schools, and Henry County Schools. I was just over in Martinsville last week. I make the joke over there, it's the one place where my last name Hooker is never made fun of, is in Martinsville, Virginia, and Henry County. So I'm pretty welcome over there. But we have, just in the leadership team, over 100 years of combined industry experience. We are now in North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina. It's where we primarily do business. We have over 220 individual clients only in public sector. We do not do private sector work. Public sector is a very unique animal, if you will, and it takes the specialty of knowing public sector, and we've been doing that for nearly 60 years. This actually says about 30 local governments. It's actually closer to 40 or 45 now. We have over 140 school systems that we do the work for, and 35 community colleges. And we enroll approximately 170,000 public sector employees every single year in these 3 states. We feel like having that specialty gives us a unique value add in order to understand what you don't have to get into a lot with private sector is budgets. I do an awful lot of these board meetings, and we understand budget, and a lot of times I speak about budgets more than I do insurance. So that's very unique. We were asked, as I said, to do a full health RFP. At Pierce Group, we control that and manage that for our clients. So we draw up the RFP proposal. We instruct staff in the various places it needs to be posted, mainly your website and the state procurement website, and we follow it by the letter of the law. We do not have outside discussions with any carrier once that is posted on your website. The proposals we got back were from Anthem, your current incumbent carrier. Their final proposal was a 15% rate increase. Centera came in with a very close second at 16%. We did receive a quote from a Savvy Health Incorporated with Mish Health and Covet Health. It came in after the deadline with very little details, so that bid was disqualified. And then the local choice came in a couple of weeks after we had closed the RFP. And I'll get into that as we go through the TLC, because you may already be asking yourself, can we even take a look at the local choice because of that one factor? The short answer is yes, but I'll explain that. We had a couple of carriers that all out declined a quote. Aetna was one of those. Gateway Health out of Danville, which is a third-party administrator, also declined. And then we had several that did not meet the deadline. Allied Solutions, Eastern Republic, IEM, PWX, Novatech, and the Jefferson Health Plan, which came into Virginia, I guess, about 2 or 3 years ago, which works very similar to the local choice. So it was a clearly vetted process. anyone and everyone for a period of 30 days was able to look at all of your data and make a proposal or decline a proposal.
Gray, I have a question.
Yes.
If you go back to that slide, a couple questions. So, do you have a feel or an opinion for why the companies declined to quote on this? The two companies?
I can. It's not unusual, especially in the state of Virginia, if you are fully insured, and I'm getting ready to go over some data here to show you why, but if your loss ratios are in a negative balance, if you have a lot of high-cost claimants, as I like to say on your balance sheet moving forward, which you also have, it is not uncommon that carriers will decline to quote.
And same with did not meet deadline. Do you have a feel for why those did not meet? If we had granted a larger RFP response time, might you have gotten more bids, do you think?
I do not think so. To start with, we don't see these particular, except for the Jefferson Health Plan, we don't see these providers in the marketplace very often. A lot of times they'll just ask for data, and instead of properly declining to quote, they'll just let it pass. So I do not think if we had gone past 30 days that we would have gotten any more responses.
So there wasn't a way to get more bids, in your opinion. You got the two really, and that was enough, and there wasn't a way to solicit to get more bids in, you think?
No, and there's two reasons for that. One, the market has shrank so much in Virginia for fully insured plans. When I started as a young broker, I could have come in here with a spreadsheet every year with 20 carriers on it. Today, that has been reduced to about 5 legitimate carriers because of all kinds of reasons, regulations being one of them, the ACA being another one. When that came about, because of the requirement that 85% of all premiums paid in go toward paying claims and expenses. So I do not think we've gotten any further. Anthem and Centera in Virginia now are probably the two we see most prominently. Aetna has started to decline in their participation, and United Healthcare, for whatever reason, in southwestern Virginia, almost never answers a bid. I haven't seen a quote in probably 5 years from United Healthcare.
Thank you.
So Anthem was very detailed in their renewal response, and there's some very interesting data in here. Again, I said that their rate increase was a 15% rate increase over current. They did put in their notes inside their bid that your original renewal was going to be 24.5%. So I applaud the staff and the board for deciding to go to a full RFP this year. It's healthy to do that about every 3 or 4 years because of this very reason. Carriers get complacent, and they know the brokers, and they know the brokers that like to come in here and just give you your renewal and tell you, specifically, Mr. Quinn, what I just told you, that the market just really stinks. Sign your renewal and go on, and they collect their commission. Okay, we don't collect the commission on healthcare plans, and that gives us a little more leeway to talk to them in terms they understand. Before the bid was released, your Anthem rep did call me and say, "Can we cut a deal if you don't go to RFP?" Well, we don't cut deals. So I told her politely that it was a part of our being hired in the formal RFP that vetted us that we conduct the RFP, and we work for Franklin County government. We do not work for Anthem. I said, you better get your pencil sharp because your competitors are, and there's not going to be any conversation after this one. That's the truth. And so they actually put in their notes in the RFP that you were going to get that 24.5% increase. Just by going to RFP, you saved over $600,000 at the county level, because that's the difference between the 15 and the 24.5. To answer another question from Mr. Quinn, which all of those were great questions, at the time of the release of your RFP, your loss ratio was 101%. So it is above the 100% threshold. Medical trend or inflation is still trending at about 9.5%. Pharmacy trend is at about 14%. because of the specialty drugs that we see on the ads on TV every night while we're trying to eat dinner. And with a loss ratio of 1%, I used to be an underwriter for many years. I would have thought 15 to 20% is about what you would have gotten. So they weren't far off. So to get that 15% from them was good. The second factor, there were two other factors that were very instrumental, and I believe the original renewal that you were going to get and the fact that we had so many to decline to quote and not participate is 51% of your claims are high-cost claimants. Over half of your claims were in just a handful of people. Actuarially, Anthem did write in their notes that a group your size is expected to have no more than 11 high-cost claimants, but there are 18 currently on your plan. So if you factor in 18 high-cost claimants, those 18 people out of 350 people, plus all the members, family members, make up over half your claims. I feel very, very fortunate that our RFP process was as successful as it was, in my professional opinion.
How much is a high-cost claim?
A high-cost claim is $50,000 or more. That's what they consider a high-cost claim. In any insurance company, they have a pooling limit. Pooling limit's kind of like the money they have on reserve. They're not going to pay $1 million claim. Pooling limit is where that's what their reserve will allow them to pay of any individual claim, and then they purchase reinsurance to pay everything else, just like a self-funded plan does. And their pooling limit on a group your size is normally around $125,000. So they start tracking those folks at $50,000 so they can predict what they may have in the future as a future claim. Any other questions? Okay. So the end result is that your Anthem renewal, you'll see the current renewal and the current gross rates. And when I say gross rates, that is the county's portion and the employee's portion. You'll see the increase of 15% in the right two columns. So to give an example, the employee-only rate went from $654 to $808. The full family rate went from $2,093 all the way up to almost $2,600. And then that's on the high deductible plan. The PPO plan was even a little more dramatic, and at almost $1,000 for the employee, and the full family rate at $3,157. I saw one for a small school system yesterday where the family rate with their renewal with another carrier is $4,200 now. And after 32 years, I can tell you that it's not sustainable. Budgets won't take it much longer. We were asked to model, as we do for all of our clients, what we call contribution strategies. We start out with the employer, being the county, absorbing 100% of the increase. And then we were also asked to do one that shows the employer taking 75% of the increase and passing on 25% of the increase to the employees. And it was also shared with us that the employees had not shared in any increases in quite some time. What this slide tells you is that the total increase overall is about $859,000, almost $860,000, and that is split between 25% for the employee, 75% for the county. And so that would move the employer contribution up dramatically from where it was last year. You'll see combined premium last year was $5.77 million. This increase for combined premium goes up to $6.6 million. It increases the employee contribution by about $218,000. And then the county portion is just shy of $700,000, about $659,000. So that's the amount that we would go in the budget. And I believe that it was shared with us last Thursday that was presented to the board to be in your current budget. So if you wanted to proceed with that, then that's exactly what you would do. There really is no expiration date looming on this proposal from Anthem. We double-checked that today. Your renewal date's July 1st. Normally, we like to give them something certainly by the end of April that this is the route that you're going to go. So upon finishing up the RFP, thought our work was done, we got a quote from the local choice. And the reason that the local choice did not participate in the bid process is because they never do, because they are a quasi-state supported agency. We have to request a proposal from them, which we're not allowed to do in a formal RFP. However, the Anthem rep, being prudent and making sure she wasn't going to lose the business, went to, because they come from the same underwriting department, said, let's do a local choice quote, and it came in about 2 weeks after. I personally, as a consultant, and our firm has a fiduciary responsibility to bring that to the board and to your staff. It was a significant reduction. I know I met with Mr. Carter, and we spoke I had a lengthy discussion about the local choice, and so we wanted to bring it here tonight so that you can see it. So to give you a little overview of what the local choice is, I don't want to preface this to say, you know, I'm an independent, self-funded guy by training, and I was very skeptical about the local choice until I took a look under the hood and started to work with them and work closely with them and with Anthem to learn everything about them. They had let me look at all of their actuarial work, which is very important. I will tell you, Pierce Group, as a company, we administer more local choice plans than probably any other broker doing business in Virginia. There is only one reason for that. The local choice does not pay commissions. That's just the plain truth. Most consulting firms and brokers really don't like to have the conversation of a fee for service, but we do charge a fee for our services to the county, so there's no financial incentive for you to stay with Anthem or to move to the local choice. And I think that's healthy from a fiduciary standpoint. So the local choice is a health benefits program that was created by the General Assembly in 1989 and has been providing health care coverage for local jurisdictions since 1990. A total of 7 health plans are included as options for local government employees under TLC. They include 5 self-insured statewide medical plans, one of which is a high deductible health plan. I'll add that when I was inquiring about why that came about, as a Commonwealth, you're not allowed to have a state health plan completely funded by the state. So the General Assembly found a loophole, if you will, a way to kind of sponsor this plan and endorse this plan. It is operated by the Department of Human Resource Management in Richmond. So the local choice does not even have the final say in rates. The Human Resource Department does. Breaking down the plans that they do offer, there are also 2 fully insured regional HMO plans that would not affect southwestern Virginia. They are normally in Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. and parts of Maryland. And they have an HMO plan that is administered by Centera for the Hampton Roads and Eastern Shore region. This material is a little dated, but at the time of this printing, this is a local choice document. They had more than 60,000 employees, retirees, and family members, representing 335 local Virginia jurisdictions that participate in the local choice. The state government's significant purchasing power reduces administrative costs. Shared claims experience offers financial protection for local government. Competitive trend estimates and value-added benefits also enable the local choice to compete effectively in today's healthcare marketplace. It offers financial stability through competitive rates, quality benefit plans, and superior customer service. Now, since this printing, they now have around 365 participating groups. At Pierce Group this year, we were blessed to get, we took on 24 new clients in North Carolina and South Carolina, Virginia. Many of them in Virginia.
Ask him about that.
Many of them fully insured like yourself, independently fully insured, and that marketplace is getting harder and harder and harder. I believe if you were to vote to go this route, we would have 4 groups that are transitioning to the local choice. The city of Martinsville and Martinsville City Schools voted last week to go in that direction, and it is for stability. So the local choice quote came in at an overall decrease from your current rates of nearly 5%. So it was eye-opening. You have a 15% rate increase or an overall 5% decrease. And you'll see here that if you look down at the bottom, the combined change in premium is almost $275,000 below your current plan premium. So I decided to also contrast that against the increase. And if you take the overall increase and then you add in this negative amount of $275,000, the total difference comes to $1,134,000 difference. Combined savings to the employees and savings to the county. The other advantage to the local choice is that your dental and vision plans are embedded inside of these health plans. And so the county would have a further savings, I believe, in the dental of around $150,000. So just the county portion would be approximately $1 million savings if this move were to be made. Any questions on that part? Yes, sir.
I have a couple questions. So I just did a calculation. I know you mentioned that the incremental increase would be shared 75-25, and that ends up in a final sharing of the employee pays 18%, either way, with the other plan or this one. And so when you look at the 18% contribution of the employee, how does that compare with other jurisdictions that you worked with? Where is that higher or lower or
it's about where most are. Now, to be clear, with the local choice option, the employees would not get an increase in their premiums, which would be another plus. So you would go from the employees having to contribute $225,000 collectively to renew with Anthem. With a decrease, they would actually all get a slight decrease in their rates as well. Now, the local choice, to make it actuarially sound, they require every single employer in their plans to contribute at least 80% of the cost of the employee coverage. So what our firm does is we plug in all the numbers into a compliance calculator to make certain that the county is in compliance with that order.
Oh, the county would have to contribute 80%. That's a requirement.
That's a requirement.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
But our premium would still go up this year, even with TLC, right?
No.
So
It will not.
it's going down versus last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's why the employee's not making
Yeah,
it.
it's going down by almost $275,000 from your current plan year.
And then what is this for? This is for 1 year. What happens next year?
It's a very good question, and I get asked that question a lot. The whole premise behind the success over 40 years of the local choice, this can be looked at as a negative, it can be looked at as a positive, but they make it very tough for a group to get out of the local choice. They make it very tough for you to get back in if you jump out. What we have seen at Pierce Group over the last 5 years is a stabilizing of their rates. And so a couple things they do. One, for the last 4 years in a row, they have put a cap, a ceiling on what any group participating in the local choice gets. Last year, that was 11%, regardless of your loss ratio. The year before, it was 10%. This year, it was 18%. Couple reasons why. One, to make the cap work, if you're having a great year and you're running 80% and you're saying, man, my rates should come down, they're not going to come down. They're going to balance that book so that they take a little bit from the ones that are doing really well to balance out the ones that are doing really badly. Secondly, is you have a blending factor for the pool, and if you are less than 500 employees in your group, you're never completely responsible for your own claims experience counting toward your renewal with the local choice. A part of the pooling, in your case, about a third of your renewal will be underwritten based on how well the rest of the pool is doing. And overall, over the last 20 years, they have balanced their book to be an overall 6 to 7% increase, if that gives you some stability. The groups that we manage, about 20 of them here in Virginia, 7 of them got no increase at all. I had one group to get the 18%, but they were running 182% loss ratio. So what we have found is, if I stand up here every year, I can pretty much predict you're going to be looking at a double-digit increase every year. You know, being fully insured with 350 total members on your plan or employees on your plan is a tough road to hoe these days. It really is. What we have found is we get stability because of their rules and their underwriting factors. Now, the other thing changed about 2 years ago at the local choice. They came down to our offices down in Holly Springs near Raleigh, and they switched their underwriting methodology from a traditional 12 months of claims, which as an underwriter is very hard to do. That means that one bad year can shock you. They went to a rolling 24 months of claims experience, and that has really balanced out their underwriting, and it's kept their trend factor at 6 to 7% each year, when the rest of the country is running at close to 10. So I would submit to you that you will see more stability and more predictability in what your renewals are going to look like. We will be reporting on a quarterly basis to your staff so that they can see the storybook of how your year is looking. And so that's kind of, in year 2, I would not expect much of a difference. But let's talk about the rules, because the rules have to be talked about. You know, what's the bad part? Well, the bad part is you have to have open enrollment when they say to have open enrollment. When we had that 3-hour meeting last week, we have 2 sets of plans. One, if you stay with Anthem, which is fine, you can do that, at least for another year. You've already approved it in your budget. And then we have a second set of plans if you were to switch in the next few days, make that decision that, yeah, we're going to switch and go the local choice way. So we would have to shift around open enrollment dates. We have to enroll everyone the first 2 weeks of May throughout the entire state of Virginia. They do not give us any balance on that. If you were to ever leave local choice, and let's say you have a horrible experience, they have what they call an adverse experience fee. I call it an exit fee. And basically what that is you're going to be paying your run-out claims for about 9 months in a fee. They calculate them. And that's to keep the entire plan balanced. And let me explain what I mean by that. If you manage a plan, like any health insurance plan, you've got claims that were incurred, but they haven't been paid yet. And normally that tail on those claims can be 6 to 9 months. So if you leave the local choice, the income stops that day, but the liabilities go on for almost another year. So in order to encourage people that have had bad claims experience, when they have that one good year, oh, we're going to go out. We're going to go self-funded on our own. We're going to join with the schools. We're going to do something. They make it, for lack of a better word, painful. It's not impossible, and we have had folks leave the local choice that have very little to pay, because we can calculate that for you and get pretty close. And then if you get out and get in trouble again on your own, they say it's 3 years before you can get back in. Because most people that want to jump right back in also have bad claims experience. So actuarially, that's very sound to do, because if they just let anybody come in willy-nilly, they're going to have adverse selection. You're going to have partner members that have bad experience, and they're going to mess up your experience. And then that's when you see the volatility in the rating. It's kind of the reason that fully insured carriers now, gone are the days that you can go out to bid every year. I mean, it does no good, because after the second year, people will just stop bidding on your business, because they're going to assume you have bad experience. You're trying to jump somewhere else, because if you jump somewhere else for 1 year, that carrier is only looking at 9 months of actual claims liability for that first year.
So how does that benefit our employees.
How does it benefit your employees?
I mean, you cutting the price down, the money down, but are they getting the same coverage that they're getting?
That's a good question. So here's an analysis of the two plans. On the left side is what you currently have under the Anthem plan, and what you're going to have in the 25-26 year. And then you'll see the local choice with a high deductible health plan like you have now, and the copay plan. And we've shaded the differences in the plans because that always comes up. Number one, the network will be exactly the same. Anthem still administers it. Full disclosure, the local choice is out to bid right now for the first time in 40 years. But if I were a betting man, I'd say it's about 90% chance it'll stay with Anthem. They've already released the renewals. But you'll see in the top one that most people are concerned about because most of your people are on the old PPO plan. They currently have a $30 copay to go to their primary care physician. With the local choice, they would have a $25 copay. The same to go to a specialist. An online visit, they currently pay a small copay. They could go online with the PPO plan at no cost at all. And telehealth and online visits is becoming more and more popular. The emergency room, you do have a copay to go to the emergency room on the Anthem plan now. It would go to the deductible and the 20% copay. I would submit to you that can work in your favor from a claim standpoint because copays to go to emergency room can encourage emergency room visits, and that is by far the highest cost health claims that you can incur. The other differences on your high deductible health plan, those deductibles go down dramatically for the individual and the family, and the out-of-pocket maximums go down. It's the same for the individual at $6,900, but it goes down by $3,800 for the full family. The prescription drugs on your PPO plan, actually the copays are less than the copays you have now. And then on your EAP services, your employee assistance program, it has become, especially since COVID, become more and more popular. Right now you have 3 visits to a provider per year. That would go up to 4 visits. And at the bottom you'll see the rates for the gross rates being significantly lower. So I've mentioned yes ma'am.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Now, I was just going to ask you, Mr. Hooker, would you agree that the local choice is bundled? It's bundled medical, dental, and vision, and versus what we currently have with Anthem, where there could be disruption to the employees from having bundled coverage versus if they opt in or opt out of vision and dental. And the other thing is the adverse experience adjustment. That I am being told that is a significant detractor to go with local choice, and it is almost a deal breaker because of that implication to this coverage. Would you agree with that?
On the first question, the employees would use the exact same Delta Dental network that they currently have, and we've discussed this with staff. The vision would be, your vision is voluntary, and we've discussed with the staff that for those that do not participate on the health plan, perhaps continuing that on a voluntary basis as a standalone plan, which is traditionally what we do. On the adverse experience fee, we have not seen that to be a deterrent for people to join the local choice. Personally, I've seen that be the opposite, that it keeps people there in a stable environment because they do not true up at the end of the year. They do not true up at the end of 2 or 3 years. It's only after you leave, and any self-funded plan, for instance, if you were with the schools in their self-funded plan and you wanted to come back, and I've had that happen. I've got a school system right now in Virginia that's still paying the county run-out claims from 3 years ago. If you're going to run a sound self-funded plan, you have to accommodate for run-out claims being paid. Now, if you've traditionally always had bad experience, a lot of people will run to TLC for cover because they know that, hey, I'm going to get a rate cap. You know, that 25.5% for you guys this year would have been 18% right out of the chute. And you can't negotiate with TLC. So they're not going to negotiate those rates. If anybody comes in here and says that you can, you can't. But to answer your question, if I were in your shoes for the long haul, maybe not this year, but the long haul, I will take stability in my renewals over the possibility of paying run-out claims any day of the week. Because the other avenue is to stay fully insured on your own, and then every year you're going to say, there's another $1 million in our budget. You know, what are we going to do? Because we all, you know, we want to take care of our employees, right? And their pocketbooks can't take the increases.
So you're speaking of Anthem.
Correct.
That would remain with Anthem. And the other clarifier that I wanted to ask you about, with regard to Chairman Thompson's remarks about our employees, I understand that TLC has 6 plan designs, and they only have 3 tiers: employee, employee plus 1, and family, which just on its own merit creates a difference in and probably restricts our employees' ability to choose more fitting and appropriate plans for their individual situations.
That's a good question. And as you see here at the bottom, you're absolutely correct that the local choice only releases their renewals in those 3. What we do for our clients is we split them out in 4 or even 5 tiers, and we administer that for you. And after we run, and when we run it through the compliance calculator, that will let us know if those are going to be accepted, and these rates have already been run through that. So what you see here is a mirror of what you currently have. Really the only one that really gets affected is when we add an employee plus children. It ends up being pretty much the same as the family with the local choice. That's the only tier where there would really be a change. All the other tiers you'll see is a reduction in gross premium.
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any reason that a locality would carry a health insurance reserve if you're not self-insured?
Would you repeat that, please?
Are you familiar with any localities that would carry a health insurance reserve when they're not self-insured?
No, ma'am. The only reason that you would have to do that possibly would be in the local choice plan, where you're anticipating possibly having to pay that fee if you ever exit.
That's right. To me, that's the TLC, and it's also on the self-insured side.
Well, with self-insured, you have to have a reserve.
Exactly, because you're going to be paying out claims.
That's exactly right. What you're able to do here, let's say the schools are self-funded.
They are.
And that is my specialty. So if you were to join with the schools, you might increase your pool. Well, you're going to increase their pool by 350 people. Right. That's not going to create a lot of better experience. They are probably going to ask you for an upfront reserve in order to join that plan. I had this exact same conversation 1 week ago at another county government in Virginia. Same question. And so you would have to say, okay, we've got to fit that in the budget. With this plan, you're able to join a self-funded plan with 80,000 members, and they're not going to ask you for it up front. But hey, if you decide to jump ship on us and cause our experience to go bad, you're going to have to pay your run-out claims. So prudently, it's not required that you set up a reserve, but you could accrue that on an annual basis at a fraction of what you think that might be. And we're going to have the loss ratios. If your loss ratio comes in at 100%, you don't have any adverse experience. If your loss ratio comes in at 120 or 130, we're going to show you how the dollar amount that is.
Right.
And you probably need to make a plan if you're going to ever try to get out of it. So those are things you need to really take into consideration as a board. The other major consideration is we don't have a lot of time. The local choice puts a time limit of April 1st for us to get all the paperwork in. They do that for every locality and every school division in the state because we have to get those open enrollments ready for May 1st. And so we would need a decision on this probably at the latest the 25th of March. Which is not a lot of time. And we discussed that with staff, which is why they wanted me to put the presentation together like I did. We have the duty to show it to you. You have a couple of good options. You've already got it in your budget to go with the Anthem with the 75-25% split. We do not have to go to a formal RFP next year to ask the local choice for a quote. We can do that informally, and I can make this same presentation to you next year and compare that to what your renewal is going to be. Or you can go ahead and move forward, and then our staff, like we are with a couple of others, we have our plans in place. We spent that 3 hours for a reason, to make certain that there was a very smooth transition for the county, for the staff, and the employees. Then our benefit counselors will be on campus here at open enrollment to explain all of those changes.
All right, let me ask you a question now. Do you have anything in here, or is any of this related to retiring employees?
It is not.
It is not.
It is not, but that is an option. And I can tell you from the experience that we just incurred at Martinsville, that the retiree premiums are exactly the same as the actively at work premiums. That would be something for this discussion, would have to be a discussion for next year's renewal. Because they would have to re-underwrite it.
Okay, so it wouldn't to be applicable to any employees retiring this year?
Correct.
All right, now, this here insurance on employees that have Medicare, how is this with them?
Well, if the employee that's Medicare eligible is still working, you cannot by law force anyone to go on a Medicare supplement or a Medicare Advantage plan.
But if they do?
If they do, they would just opt out of this coverage.
This becomes primary, doesn't it?
If they're still on the plan, this becomes primary, yes, sir.
Okay, Chris, you got something?
Yeah, just, I think for the benefit maybe of the audience and also just maybe for the board, because I don't know if a lot of folks can actually see, just, Gray, in terms of the local choice, just to clarify, currently is Anthem. It's Anthem Insurance, known as the local choice, I guess the pooled program in Virginia, but it is Anthem Insurance in the Anthem network. So just want to be clear that the network and so forth would not change. It is Anthem Insurance. The premiums, of course, reduced, but very similar, I guess, with your comparison of our existing plan to the local choice Anthem plan.
It is. And just to clarify, when you say Anthem Insurance, Anthem is the third-party administrator and the network provider, so the network is the same. They also provide the reinsurance for the self-funded plan. The local choice is really just a big self-funded plan. But you are correct in all the other descriptions there that there's almost no difference. And the only reason I put out the 2-year approach is because they are under bid. And it has not been awarded yet. But I don't anticipate Anthem losing it, but anything can happen when you go to bid. I can disclose to you that was not the Human Resource Department of Virginia that instigated that. It was the governor's office. And that kind of, being in business as long as I have, kind of leads me to believe it was to get their pencil sharp a little bit better. If that did work, then it was a great move. But all of the renewals have been signed at this point and accepted, and everything, all these numbers have to be honored if anything were to change.
Anybody else got any questions?
I have another question, Grace. So at the end of, if you terminate this plan, say at the end of the first year, you terminate the plan, your premiums stop on the day you terminate the plan. However, you still have the liability of the run-out claims. Is that correct, that there's no premium tail to this? The premium stops the day you stop the plan?
That's correct.
Right? And so the run-out claims continue for a period of time. So how, can you give me or give us an example of what a run-out claim is? Like, just what have you seen that's a run-out claim? I'm trying to picture it's probably something to do with this group of 18 HCC people that have ongoing stuff, but you could tell us, give us an example of a run-out claim.
Well, a run-out claim is any claim. That's any claim at the end of the plan year that hasn't been paid yet. So it's been incurred, it may have been submitted by the doctor or provider, but it hasn't been processed, it hasn't been paid. That can be something as little as a doctor's visit, or it can be something as huge as a transplant. And I've seen both scenarios. The way it works a little bit differently than if you were, say, self-funded with the schools, is that you would just be stroking checks to the schools every week for claims. What the local choice does is they run a tally of that for about 9 months, and then they send you one bill for that amount. We've seen that amount be as much as zero, and we've seen that amount in some of our larger groups that we calculated it for, and then they've decided, no, we want to stay with the local choice being over $1 million. And did you have?
No, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. And so the only way you're going to know what that is at the time you leave, we can give you an estimate, but the claims are going to be what the claims are. And it is all of the claims, to be perfectly honest with you.
Chris?
Yeah, this is maybe following up with Ms. Smith, some of the dialogue, Gray, back and forth regarding, and follow up with Mr. Quinn on the run-out claims. And you mentioned, $0 to $1 million. Currently, the county is fully insured. Understand, several other localities, school system, otherwise self-insured. And with self-insurance, as an example for the regional jail that the county's a part of, the self-insurance set-aside fund for things like that is approximately $2 million. So, I know, Ms. Smith, I don't know if you were going there in some of your thinking, but it's local choice. It's almost, it's self-insured program from state pooled, if you will, but yet, if we move in that direction, if that's a pleasure of the board, certainly receiving savings from the premiums, but also if there will come a time for that adverse fee, full well knowing, the impact of that, it's almost being very mindful of that adverse fee may come, but yet that adverse fee may be below, if you will, if we went to a self-insured plan. So, I can see advantages of looking at everything comprehensively over time, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes, and that's what I always suggest to clients when they come to us and they say, hey, we think we can do better on our own. And that normally happens with our larger clients. We've got one that's got 1,600 employees because it's the county and school division combined. And so we did all the work for them. To start with, they didn't have a reserve enough to do it. We calculated the reserve that they would need to start their self-funded plan. They wanted to go self-funded like the schools are. And so that was going to be $1 million, at least, if not $2 or $3 million at their size. Typically, to set up a self-funded plan, you need 3 to 4 months of gross paid claims sitting in a reserve. If you start it with less than that, you're asking for trouble. And I've been to plenty of these meetings where that's been a problem. So in that particular instance, they looked at, okay, it was going to cost them $1 million to get out. They had 115+% loss ratios. The other thing we do at Pierce Group is we take all their data for 3 years, we put it into an actuarial system that we own, and it will give us the percentage of likelihood you'll be more successful doing that than staying right where you're at. And then the third thing that happened was that they couldn't raise the money to start the reserve for the self-funded plan. So the decision was made to stay with the local choice, and they're still there today, 5 years later. But those are great questions. You're thinking about it the right way. There are no free lunch, and there never will be. But as a benefits professional from 32 years, I am very concerned about the next 10 years of the fully insured health insurance market. Because I've just stood before too many committees like yours where I'm talking about why is it that it's going up double digit every single year, and there seems to be nothing we can do. So really your two best options for the future are to stay where you are or to look at an option like this and spread your pool as wide as you can and then make those plans. If we're seeing adverse experience going on and you start whispering to us, or the staff does, that, hey, we may want to look at exiting this thing, then we normally tell folks, just like if you're going to set up your own self-funded plan, which you're too small to do on your own, let's take a couple of years and get out of this thing. Don't do it drastically. And that seems to be the best way to prudently do it. To date, we have not had any of our clients decide to leave the local choice.
Anybody else got any questions?
I have still a question on the runout claim. So I'll just give you an example. Let's say an employee goes to the doctor on the last day of our plan. And normally the insurance company would have paid $100 for that visit. And now the plan ends. Will the insurance company still follow through and pay their $100 for that visit? Or is that part of what becomes a runout claim because they didn't pay it by the end of the year? Now the county would be eligible for that $100. Do you follow that example?
I do. And the answer is the latter, that would fall outside. If it hadn't been paid, then that's going to be a runout claim.
So even though the employee went to the doctor within the period of performance of our insured period, because it wasn't paid by the insurance company before the end, now it becomes a runout claim?
That's right. And because any self-insured plan, it's not about when it's incurred, it's the date that it's paid. It's always been the case. And so it's the same, you know, when we arrange reinsurance contracts for our self-funded clients, and we have a lot of them, we have to make certain that we have accounted in their reinsurance contracts for a claim getting paid in a subsequent plan year, even if it's been incurred previously. Unlike, you know, a full insured plan like with Anthem today, they're contractually obligated to pay all of their own runout claims. That's the big difference. If you're fully insured, you pay as you go, you leave, you don't owe any money.
So it would seem then, if we told them we're not going to continue, then there's some incentive on their part to delay the payments, because anything that's not paid by the last year or the last day of the year goes to us, right?
I have never seen evidence of that. With Anthem, as an administrator, they're going to pay claims under normal course of business, because the people paying the claims they don't run back and say XYZ entities leaving us, stop paying claims. They wouldn't be in business very long. So the long and short of it is, right now you have a pay-as-you-go plan. If you ever leave Anthem, you don't owe them a penny. If you go this route or any other route to try to stabilize your costs in the future, you're going to have to do some advanced planning. And that's what we're there for, to help you do. And we don't have any skin in the game. You know, we serve at the pleasure of the board and the staff. We just wanted to bring the information to you.
Anyone else got any questions? Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be back in touch. All right, staff will. All right, we've got 9 minutes before we come back into public hearing. We've got 2 public hearings and then public comment. So if you want to grab something to eat, or I got me a pack of naps. So that's what we got. We'll get into our public hearing. Our first one tonight is the Henry and Burnt Chimney Precinct polling changes. Last month, they were here and presented it, Kay Sullivan, and presented to the electoral board to speak on the polling changes and where they are. And tonight we're having a public hearing on those 2. And they are here if anybody wishes to speak to that and to answer any questions. I'm going to open it up here in just a minute for public comment for that, but is there any questions? And I can get Kay and staff up here to answer any questions in there. Anybody got any questions? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk, do you have anybody signed up for the public hearing?
No, sir.
Nobody signed up for the public hearing for the polling changes. Wow, that's easy enough. Okay, that's easy enough. So
Kay likes that.
We can't argue with that. I guess we just need to do a vote to pass the polling places as presented. And, I'll entertain a motion on that.
I will do so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. It's your lead.
Oh, I would make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve the suggested changes in polling locations as submitted.
All right, I need a
Second. Second.
Got a second, Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Cooper, we have an application from Patricia Ann Brown and John Ronald Dallas into changing A1 to a future land use designation for low density residential.
Yes, thank you. Chairman Thompson and member of the boards. Yes, we are here to hear a special use permit for a short-term rental located at 105 Smith Road in the Union Hall District. And as usual, I'd like to give you a little bit of background about the application. There is only one dwelling located on the property, and this will be the dwelling that's used for short-term rentals. The property is located on a secondary state-maintained road and has a flat and level driveway that will provide ample parking. The water is a well, and the sewer is a septic system. The closest residence to this home is about 202 feet. According to our county records, the dwelling is a one-story, single-family residence constructed in 1990, consists of 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, and approximately 1,504 square feet. In 1988, there was a septic report issued by the Virginia Department of Health for a 3-bedroom home. The applicants did state in their letter of application that they plan to rent the 2 bedrooms in the basement level, and the applicants will live on the main level of the home. According to the owners, the detached garage/apartment needs a total restoration and does not have an apartment in it, and that this structure is not part of this request. Staff received 2 phone calls prior to the Planning Commission public hearing and received 1 citizen spoke for a group of citizens in opposition to the short-term rental for different aspects like noise, traffic, problems with the property prior, about it being a farming community. And I see that the person is here tonight, so I'm sure he'll go into more detail. We like to give you a vicinity map to show you the location. We also like to give you an aerial showing you where the property is. So obviously it's in the blue. This is the house that if you choose to approve the special use permit, this is where the short-term rental will take care of. This is also the detached / apartment accessory structure. And then the parking, I have another map that shows the parking better. We also like to show you a zoning map. So the property is zoned agricultural, and as you will see, the surrounding properties are also agricultural. We also like to give you the future land use map of this area. The future land use map is low-density residential. This is the conceptual plan that was submitted by the applicants. So you see the driveway. They do have parking here. A front entrance, they showed where the septic and leach fields were. This is additional parking down here. So you can see that there's ample parking for a short-term rental for 2 bedrooms, which would be 4 adults, plus the 2 that live on the premises. Analysis, as you all know, Franklin County, including the town of Rocky Mount and Smith Mountain Lake, is a prime vacation destination. The proposed use would expand our temporary lodging options for guests to enjoy all of our recreation and amenities that we have here to offer. The single-family dwelling can be rented, as I stated, for 4 adults, according to the septic system issued by VDH for 3 bedrooms. Since the applicants are going to live on the main level. The property has single-family dwellings on each side. The majority of the properties consist of lots larger than 5 acres. The property with the proposed short-term rental and other properties located on each side are wooded in nature, which helps with the screening of the properties. The traffic generated by this short-term rental will be similar to a single-family dwelling, and so would the noise would be what you normally expect in a residential neighborhood. The applicants will have to adhere to all the conditions in the county code from sections 25-138 and sections 5.572. Given these conditions, the Planning Commission's and analysis, the Planning Commission concluded that the proposed use would not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, change the character of the zoning district, and would be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the chapter and with the uses that are permitted by right in the A1 agricultural zoning district. As usual, the Planning Commission has put conditions on the property. It was a 7-0 vote. I will go through these briefly. You are used to seeing them. The special use permit shall be for the dwelling that is located on the property. Any other additional dwellings that would be used would have to come back to the board and the Planning Commission. As I stated before, the owners shall have to comply with all the codes on section 25-138 and section 5.572 of the Franklin County Code. The owners will have to provide and maintain proof of liability insurance covering the guest no less than $1 million. The owner shall have to register the short-term rental and shall have it inspected for compliance with the code. No short-term rental shall be authorized until this inspection takes place and the property is found in compliance of our regulations and the special use permit if approved. The owner shall supply the planning department with the name and phone number of the property manager and contact person in case there is any trouble and notify staff if this changes. However, since they are living on the premises, they will be the manager of the property. And I would be glad to answer any questions that you have, and the applicants are here.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cooper, you alluded to prior problems, which I assume came out in the planning meeting. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not sure. The person that spoke, it seemed like there were issues, I think possibly with this detached / apartment or people that were living on the premises. I don't know if that person might be able to elaborate more on that too, but it seemed like it was prior to the purchases of the applicants that had happened in the past. But I'm sure the applicants might be able to answer better than I can, and the person that will probably speak to you in a few minutes.
We'll get into that when we find the public comment area.
Yes, I think you will, but that was my understanding.
Explain again the requirements for the septic system.
The septic system, the Virginia Department of Health and the applicants, because we checked with both of them, they have proof that there is a septic system for a 3-bedroom dwelling. So the house, there's a septic system that we know of for the house where the short-term rental is taking place. At the Planning Commission, there was some discussion about the detached garage / apartment and if it had a septic system. The owner says it does, but at this point in time, VDH could not supply me with any type of documentation of a separate septic system.
If I read this correctly, it said it was 3 bedrooms in the upstairs, and then there was 2 additional bedrooms added downstairs?
No, the upstairs is 1 bedroom where the applicants will live, and then the bottom basement area is the 2 bedroom where the short-term rental will take place.
Okay. Is there any more questions?
I have a question.
Oh, okay,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chair. Lisa, so it's questionable as to whether the dwelling that's also on the property, garage or what have you, do we know if it's connected to the primary septic? Because in the staff report, I see that the applicant had indicated there were 2 septic systems. And I think from what you're saying, you've talked to VDH. So what's carrying the load from, I mean, are people living in the garage? Are there facilities for living in that facility?
It is my understanding that no one is living in the garage/apartment at this time, and that if somebody did, there would have to be a lot of renovations. However, my staff has not been in the garage. We're going by what we're being told by the applicants.
My concern is capacity.
Right, and
To the extent that the capacity is inadequate, going to the main house.
And-
With that in addition.
Right.
Right? That's the concern that I would have for the application itself.
And staff did try to find some information for the board prior to this hearing. We did contact VDH again. They looked through all their records, sent back the information that you already have in your packet. So at this point in time, I don't have documentation showing you a separate septic system.
So we can't clarify capacity.
And no, I can't. I mean, all I can tell you is that there's a 3-bedroom septic and it was for the home.
Do we know when the septic was last pumped?
No, I do not, and I did not ask that when we met with the applicants, but maybe they can tell you. And I don't, as far as I know, they do not have documentation of the second septic system, but they might. I just couldn't find any, because I thought that might be a concern after the Planning Commission meeting last week.
It's a big concern of mine, as you know, septic.
Yes, Patricia Brown and John Balfour, are they here tonight?
Yes.
Oh, here they are, okay.
And I'm sure they would like to speak to you when you're done with me.
Okay. Any more questions? Anybody got any more questions? Okay, seeing none, would you folks come forward, please? How are y'all tonight?
We're doing very
Great.
well.
Good. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Patricia Brown. My address is 105 Smith Road, Glade Hill, Virginia, 24092.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is John Balfour. I live at the same location, 125.
No, you don't.
105. I'm sorry, some old addresses just stick with you.
It's okay, sir.
105 Smith Road, Glade Hill.
Yes, sir. All right, what would you like to tell us?
We'd like to tell you a number of things. This is my partner, Patty. We will be providing you with some signatures from people that are within 550 feet of the property itself. I'm an environmental engineer, or not an environmental engineer. I am an environmental energy and infrastructure consultant, published author and international standards expert, presently in the VCE Master Gardening Program. I'm a descendant of many generations of farmers. Patty, her mother was raised on a 100-acre farm in Oklahoma. Patty retired from the U.S. Marine Corps in 1994 and retired again from the National Park Service in 2018. We moved here to be closer to family members in Charlottesville, Glade Hill, and the Carolinas. We'd like to be clear about some of the issues that you're going to be hearing about. There was a lot of information at the last hearing. But let's be very clear. This is our home. We are inviting people into our home. We are very concerned, and we are going to be the managers of this property. We are not having a paid manager. Patty has experience in managing over 2,000 properties. I have experience in managing my own personal properties as rentals, and it's not always fun. Why do we want the permit? We'll be fulfilling our dream of operating a small, hands-on rural farm and visiting guest residents' business to help pay for the experience we wish to provide. We're offering a unique environmental experience, which includes a 5,000 square foot garden, which is in process, bees, I've been a beekeeper for 14 years, and chickens, and it's a spectacular sight. We are friendly, active people who want a broader base of friends, experiences, and enjoy participating in our community, including doing volunteer work. Our goals are to bring additional tourist dollars to the community and tax base. So that's us and the county. Provide additional agricultural products and sales. Provide additional high-quality STR lodging. Provide unique memories of our community in our county and what it has to offer. There have been some issues and myths. We're happy to answer any other questions after anybody speaks. We have been told repeatedly that there are only really two big issues here. One is conveyance. The opposition is basically saying, well, what happens if you're gone? Are you going to pack up and leave? Are you going to die? What's the deal? And the way we look at it is it's kind of an irrelevant discussion because conveyance is part of the law. We have no control over that, and we're not leaving. Allegedly, we have an existing rental apartment. We've heard about this separate garage building, and we'll get to the septic, sir. I know that's important. When we first saw it, we knew it was a mess. When we did the inspection, we knew it was a bigger mess. Having been there now, we know it is a master mess. The structure itself is going to need a total rehab, roof work, plumbing, AC, electrical, additional insulation, extensive wall repairs, a complete new kitchen and bathrooms, flooring, and more. We don't have the time or the money to do that. And it's probably not going to be in this decade if we even can consider it. We've already spent $500,000 plus on the home. We've already put another $20,000 into what's referred to the basement, the first floor walkout. We've got a lot more to go. There was discussion at the last meeting that there are 3 rental units possible if this application is granted. There's not. It's impossible. Somehow, a number of individuals, a small number of individuals, seem to be discomforted by the fact that the actual horrors of the renters, family, and friends of previous owners will be repeated if this permit is granted. This is 9 years ago. Now, we don't know what really took place. We can see the results, and it was ugly. But the bottom line is we're not interested in repeating the disruption of the peace of the neighborhood, excessive noise levels, property damage, and we understand it was not just our property, which we have, but others. And there was also issues of drugs, marijuana cultivation, numerous visits from the police department. We are not providing an outside manager. We want to make sure that's clear. The fact is, Airbnb, who we will be working with, is managing the marketing and other services. Background checks. This is a big issue with the neighborhood, and we think we're right on top of this one. Airbnb will be part of our due diligence platform. First and foremost, our guest quarters are for family first, friends, and second, referrals from family, friends, and neighbors, and third, referrals from Airbnb. Airbnb runs background checks, and they have additional insurance and coverage for the property. If we were renting to somebody that was a friend or whatever on the side, it would still be covered under the county's requirement for the $1 million liability. As a member of Airbnb, they will have access to the client. We will have access to the client database, which allows us not only to review what our guests say about us, but it allows us to respond and also allows us to read what other hosts have said about their guests. This will assist us in identifying and assessing potential risks, liabilities, opportunities, and enforce informed decision-making and mitigate potential negative outcomes. In other words, we are going to protect our home and we're going to protect our friends and family. The neighbors adjacent to the property have all stated that they have no problem with the Airbnb. The issue comes back to the two issues of background checks and the issue of conveyance, both of which we have no control over.
You have anything else to add, sir?
I've got a little bit.
New?
Pardon me, new?
New?
We've waited a long time for the opportunity to be in a property like this. It's kind of a dream for both of us. We were more than happy with the community that we've moved into. We want to be active players in the community. We've already reached out in many instances and want to do more. What do you want to say in short and sweet, Patty?
We are therefore requesting approval of our application for the
Do
special
you
use
folks
permit.
live there right now?
Yes.
You folks live in the house right now?
We live in the house, and it is our sole residence.
And how long have you been living in the house?
We closed on July 25th, 2024. We moved in 1 August.
Tell us about the bathrooms, the restrooms,
The
septic system.
The septic system,
That's important. We do not have any clear documentation, and so we can't tell you if there really is a separate septic system for the garage. But what we do know is from the aerial photos that the septic system was installed in a certain area. We believe from the documentation the limited documentation that we do have, that it easily meets the requirements for what we're doing. What we don't know is if it meets the requirements if we wanted to expand to the other building. And that's one of the issues. We're looking at over $50,000 worth of repair without the septic, and it may require an additional septic system.
Representative Smith, I wanted to address your issue.
Ma'am, you need to talk to the whole board.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I want to address the issue that was brought up earlier. It's important to know that the garage apartment, which is worthless at this point, the plumbing and the electricity are totally shut off, and they will remain such until we can come up with the funds to start refurbishing it, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. And we realize that the garage apartment is not a part of this request, and it needs to be separated. And we also understand that due to the fact that the records really don't exist for this property other than what the county has provided us thus far, should we decide to rent that apartment out in the future, far future, we understand that we're going to have to go through probably another septic tank. We understand all that. That's not being utilized for the apartment by any means right now. What we have currently is legal, it's in place, it's what we're using.
And that other piece of construction is on separate electrical and has its own well.
Was there somebody living in the apartment at one time?
We believe it's been about 9 years, but it could be less since then that happened. But we've talked to a number of the neighbors who experienced the nightmare, and
that's plural.
They're saying nightmares, yes, and they're looking at back about 9 years.
Any more questions?
So you don't know if it's been pumped out, the septic's been pumped out?
We believe it was pumped out before we moved in. However, believing and knowing are two different things.
So that should be a record of BDH. So you don't
Should
know
be.
if that exists.
We can find out and get it pumped if it wasn't.
Mr. Quinn?
Are there two apartments in the garage or one apartment? Is there apartment up, it's a two-story building, I saw that, but is there apartment upstairs and downstairs, two different apartments?
Upstairs, sir.
Upstairs, just upstairs? So
Correct.
the bottom's a garage and the upstairs is an
Garages.
apartment? Okay. And how many rooms, how many bedrooms are in that upstairs apartment?
Two.
Two.
Stop it. It's been a
Okay.
long time since I've been up
Yeah,
there.
okay. No, that's good.
It's scary.
And then at the planning commission meeting, Mr. Balfour, you indicated there are two septic systems, but tonight it sounds like you're unsure whether there's a second system or not.
We are unsure because when we take a look at what the limited records we have are, which we've gotten through the county, and what we can see as being real, we can't specifically say where it is or if it exists. So that came out of our research after the hearing.
Was that, because in this, you also stated that upon question, you stated that the detached garage apartment has its own septic and is not tied to the septic system for the home in any way. So that's uncertain right now.
That is very uncertain, and we, like I said, we did our best to research it. We have a feeling we're going to have to hire an engineer if we ever do anything with that out there. Although I do think it's probably the most expensive rental space for storage equipment right now in the county. It's just sitting there.
That's all I have.
Any more questions? Thank you, folks. All right, we're going to go into open hearing now. Everybody will be given 3 minutes to talk. And Madam Clerk, do you have anyone signed up?
Mr. Charles Poindexter?
When your name's called, if you'll come forward, state your name and address for the record. Mr. Poindexter, how are you tonight, sir?
Doing
Good
fine, sir.
evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name's Charles Poindexter. I live in the neighborhood at 395 Loblolly Lane, Glade Hill. And I was the citizens that spoke. Can you hold the clock for a second before I start?
Sir?
We do have citizens in the community here, and I'd like to request the chair to allow them to stand and show their opposition, if that would be
Will you
appropriate.
speak into the mic, please? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Citizens in the community would like to express their opposition by raising their hand. They asked me to speak for the community, for the neighborhood.
How many's out there that wants to do that?
I need about 5.
I have no problem with giving you 5 minutes if all of those are not going to talk.
No.
You're going to speak for them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's cool.
They
Go
asked me to
ahead.
do that and to present their things. I
That's
do have
that's part of our rules. We got no problem with giving you 5.
And then I do have a petition from the citizens, not just on Smith, but other roads around.
Hand that to the clerk, please. Thank you, sir. Your petitions are going around. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First, I want to say this is a single-family residential neighborhood, just pure, simple, all the way around. And we're concerned that this will lead to, and indeed make it into a multifamily neighborhood, but especially moving into it. That's why I brought up the issue on the Planning Commission about the garage and the septic and everything. I hope these people can live there forever, but things do change. If they move out, that's a second rental. The bottom STR, the upper floor, the two-story structure in the past, I'll get to that more, can be rented, even if it has to be refurbished. The bottom story of the garage can be refurbished by closing the doors in, and now we have 4 in the future, and 3 as long as they live there. The septic has been talked about. Obviously, if the garage is hooked in, that wouldn't fly or anywhere else. We've had past issues. I've been a victim of them. My home farm is on the backside, 1792. I'm a trustee of it. My sister's back there. We've had numerous cases of trespasses throughout the year, but most especially during the hunting season when they've hunted on both properties. One went so far as to build a permanent tree stand I had to run them off and tear them down. Now, you hear about nuisance issues, I guess, on all these STRs, trash, noise, occupants, number of occupants, night hours, driving, and so forth. Another one that's unique here is traffic safety. The entire neighborhood has 7 agricultural operations, mostly cattle and hay production along Webster Road, Smith, and Craftscourt Church Lane and Craftscourt Road. We have to transport our wide equipment. VDOT came in 10 years ago and tried to help by putting in some double lines, even though the road wasn't wide enough. There are no ditches. There's ditches and banks on the side for the most part. And our real concern on traffic is when you bring in outside people, they're from who knows where, and they're not going to be aware, and they're going to go up on these hills and pass me again, and they're going to meet me in a curb or one of my neighbors, or the other 6. And something bad is going to happen. I've ended up out of the road on a bank on more than one occasion. Now, the location of the STR doesn't seem to make sense to us as neighbors. There are no stores, there's no lake amenities, even though we're literally on the lake, there's no amenities in the community. It's 10 to 15 minutes to Glade Hill, Redwood, Pinhook, or Westlake for anything you might want to do. And yes, we're concerned about verification. And you can say that Airbnb was going to vet people. No one knows. They've not issued any public statements I can find on the level of their vetting and checking. And for a private individual to go and check out somebody else, I can't check one of you out without your permission. And even then, the records in Rocky Mountain and Boone's Mill and the other town we have here for Franklin County, or the county, they don't have anything if you go to the record. They're not all in the same database, so access to the data is very important. We're worried about drug use, drug distribution, neighborhood theft, vandalism, personal safety, whatever. And finally, we have a liability concern. Yes, there's $1 million policy there, but that protects the guests if they get hurt. It doesn't do anything for us in the community if we get stepped on. Whether it's managed by the applicant or managed by Airbnb, same issue. If you have outside people coming into a little rural area where people sometimes often leave their doors locked, and then something happens, and they live in Chicago, and you try to get to them, the sheriff, if he can find them, is going to have one heck of a problem charging them, getting them back here, and restitution or whatever. So in summary, it's the character of the community, multiple rental units, nuisance issues, traffic issues for the farmers, verification, background, liability. Right down the road, we have a 57-lot upscale lake development. They're protected by covenants in the subdivision. We rely on our board and our county to protect us from those. There's a section, in section 25638, and I believe strongly that it applies in this case. Health, safety, and general welfare. That's probably in your packets, probably in your motions. We believe you have ample reason to deny this request on your judgment that this permit, this special use permit, would not be for our health, our safety, and our general welfare. I mean, I'm sorry I rushed. I was trying to cooperate.
That's good timing. Thank you, sir.
I did have some responses to the applicant if there's occasion for that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you got anyone else signed up?
I have no other speakers.
Anyone else here wish to speak that didn't raise their hand a while ago? That was willing to let Mr. Poindexter speak? Anyone else here wish to speak to this this proposal? Anyone at all? All right, thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay, board, what's your pleasure, Mr. Quinn?
So the fact that there is a garage apartment with 2 bedrooms that exists today, and it could be made livable without going through the planning department process and the controls that we would expect from that. And also knowing that VDH has only confirmed there is 1 3-bedroom septic, I would recommend adding an additional condition, and that condition would read: the applicants/owners shall install a safe, adequate, and proper septic facility sufficient for the 3 bedrooms in the house and the 2 bedrooms in the garage apartment. And that would be the only condition I'd recommend adding.
Is that your motion?
Well, then I'll I mean, does anybody else have comments? And then I could read the motion.
Anybody else have anything?
Septic system, excuse me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Septic system, I think is an issue. It's there now. If that building's connected to it, it shouldn't be that hard to figure out. A good plumber can run a snake down it, figure out where it goes.
Figured out where it's at.
If it's there, going to that building, it needs to be disconnected permanently from it, you know. It's my opinion.
Did you hear what Supervisor Jamison said? Living in the country our whole life, the septic system is not hard to figure out. It's either there or it isn't. You can get somebody to come with a pump out and it can be found easy. And if it's there, it can be plugged off, and if it's not there, then it's not there. That's how that works. So that's an easy fix.
May I say something, sir?
What's that, sir?
We don't have a problem if the county requires that if the other building is going to be refurbished, that a separate septic system goes in. And we will follow up on what you're recommending. That's not a problem.
Thank you.
But we would like to not have to put a whole septic system in if we're not going to be renting the additional building for 10 years. You know what I mean? So if it could be conditional on requesting a permit for that, we would be quite happy with that. It would be great.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I didn't understand Dan's comment. Are you saying that you want to make a condition that they create a whole new septic system? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they have 5 bedrooms.
Talking to you, Mike.
They have 5 bedrooms at the site. They have 3 in the house that will have the STR and 2 bedrooms in the garage. So there currently are 5 bedrooms on site, and we've only confirmed that there's 1 septic system that would serve 3 bedrooms. And so my concern is that you could make that garage space livable and rent it with the 2 bedrooms. It wouldn't go through the county planning process at all. We wouldn't even know it happened. They could rehab that, finish it, rent it, and still be using the 1 3-bedroom septic system. That's my concern. There's no control over it after tonight if we don't put in this condition.
And
So
state your condition again. That's what I'm asking clarification on.
So the applicant owner shall install a safe, adequate, and proper septic facility sufficient for the 3 bedrooms in the house and the 2 bedrooms in the garage apartment. And so if, as they had mentioned in the planning meeting, there are already 2 septic systems, 1 for the house and 1 for the garage, nothing would need to be done. But if there's only 1 septic system, you would have to install 1 for the garage, since it has 2 bedrooms that could be made livable without going through the planning department, our planning department.
It was my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was my understanding that in the planning system, it was thought to be 2 septic systems. But he stated tonight that he was only certain of 1.
Right.
That's what I understood.
That's correct, sir. And
Thank you.
we would suggest that plugging it off to the other building would be a logical and pretty straightforward process, I would think. We just don't want to have to spend the money right now for a building we may not use.
So that's what I understood tonight.
So Chris or Steve, a question for you. If they decided to make this a livable space, the garage with the 2 apartments, would they have to go through any of your processes, or could they do that without you and suddenly start using those apartments, the apartment in the garage?
Lisa, can you answer that?
Yes. If they wanted to renovate the detached garage/apartment, they would have to get building permits to renovate it. But then planning and zoning would come in, because at this point in time, it can only be rented to, it can only be used for a family member unless it comes back through the process to be used for short-term rentals. So they do still have to come to the Development Service Office for permits to renovate And then zoning, planning and zoning has to make sure that it's at this point in time for a family member, or they would have to come back through the process to you all for another STR.
So if we approve anything tonight, it's gonna only be for the house, not for the garage at all.
The short-term rental would only be for the house, not for the garage,
That's
because
what I'm
that's how
saying.
we advertised it.
That's what I'm saying, just for the house, not for the garage at all, if we approve it.
If you approve it, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Their rehabbing would have to reach a certain threshold before it came to you, right? A certain amount of cosmetic rehabbing that just enabled it to be livable wouldn't have to go through you. That's kind of my point about bypassing you.
Okay, if the walls were intact, they weren't moving plumbing, electrical, if it had its heating and air, then probably that type of renovation, not moving rooms around, probably would not have to come in the building department.
And that's my concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Poindexter?
Steve is right. They would still need a certificate of occupancy. So either way, they're going to have to come in to our department. And if people do things without permits, or people move into structures that not, and we get a complaint, then both offices would inspect that complaint.
Steve, on the CO, if they already have a CO for the garage apartment, they wouldn't need to come to you for a new one though, right?
They do not have a CO for
Well, my assumption was they didn't have one, or
They
else we
do
would know
not.
there was a septic. So, because that would be part of the CO process, is that you have a valid septic system and well.
Oh, so renters were living in the garage apartment, but they didn't have a CO? Is that what you think? Because there's a history
Yes,
of renters.
from the
Probably that
research-
work was not permitted, would be my guess.
From what staff has researched, because we went back to the old permit tracker that we have for older structures, and we did not find any COs or building permits for that structure.
Mr. Poindexter?
The fact that we have no documentation on the garage or a septic tank for it is sort of indicative. It's happened before in Franklin County. It probably happened again this month or next year, that somebody finishes a garage or something and puts in a septic commode or bedroom or whatever. So I haven't found anybody in the neighborhood that recalls seeing a building permit for the garage or a sign or a building placard on the street for the septic. And we're simply saying it can happen again.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I'm not gonna let this go on all night as a debate. Now, if you got something to say, I'm gonna do it, but this is gonna stop.
I'm from Texas, I'll talk fast.
Ma'am,
I'm from Texas, I'll talk fast.
what?
I'm from Texas, I will talk fast.
Can you come up to the microphone?
You need to come up to the microphone.
Sense of humor. I just want to remind everybody that the things that we're talking about in the garage apartment and lack of certificates and what have you, this all happened before our watch. We're not responsible for that, but we understand the rules and regulations, and we will follow and abide by them.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any more of the board members got any questions or comments? All right, I'm gonna open it up, huh?
I still say it shouldn't be that hard to figure out whether they got a septic system for that thing. It shouldn't be that hard.
Shouldn't be
That's
that-
the only way, if it is connected to it, the only way I'd approve this is it's gotta be disconnected permanently from it. If it's not, it's got its own septic system, fine.
Yes, sir.
And we can make that a contingency in the motion.
Huh?
We can put that in the motion.
We can put that in the motion, yeah.
I have to agree
All right.
that we're discussing the garage and past things that have nothing to do with tonight's permit.
It does if it's tied to it.
I understand, but if we put that in the motion, then that ties that up.
Mr. Mitchell, for me, the garage comes into play if it's connected to the septic system that's connected to the primary residence.
I agree 100% that what Supervisor Jamison is saying should take place, that should be a part of the motion.
I agree with that. I think the only thing that we're voting on tonight is not the garage at all. It's just the house. The house and the three-bedroom, it is not the garage.
No,
We-
but if it's implicating advanced capacity on a connected septic.
It needs to be
then that's a problem.
specified. All right, somebody needs to make a motion. How you want to move forward?
So is it the consensus that you would prefer to permanently disable the garage from the septic system?
If that's what you want to put in your motion, you do so.
I would keep the motion with my original condition.
Please state your motion again for the board.
So the new condition would be the applicant's owner shall install a safe, adequate, and proper septic facility sufficient for the 3 bedrooms in the house and the 2 bedrooms in the garage apartment. And then the motion would be, I find that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for the special use permit to allow for a short-term tourist rental of dwelling on the property with 6 conditions, 5 as recommended by the planning commission, plus the 1 additional condition that I read off.
Dan, question. So you're requiring the owner to put in that septic system, if it's not there now, today, I mean, you know, before this is approved, they gotta go ahead and put that system in for the garage, existing garage at this point.
Yes, Marshall, that would be the case. And part of the concern is that clearly some things have happened here where they had the garage, they rehabbed it, they made it a livable space, they connected to the septic system. And so I have a concern that it could easily go back to that case without this condition. So yes, they would have to put in a septic if it's not there.
It's not there now.
My only comment to that, Dan, is I think you're putting a financial burden on them to create a new septic system. I think if they disconnect, if it is connected to the garage, that would be a less expensive alternative to the owner. Me personally, I don't feel comfortable requiring them to develop a whole new septic system. I think that's a big expense that's unnecessary. And I think if it is connected or whatever, that could be disconnected a whole lot less expensive. And they've said they don't intend to do anything with that right now. They don't have the finances to do that. So I don't feel comfortable putting a big financial burden on them to create a new septic system. That's just me.
I understand, and the permanent disconnection is hard for me to envision because a disconnection might not really be permanent, right? You can disconnect it and plug it, but it's not that hard to reconnect a line in that case, which is a concern.
Well, you could pump it full of concrete, and I don't know, we have a new code enforcement officer. Would that be applicable? Could he check that?
Well, good. I was thinking along those lines that maybe it's a condition to the effect of demonstrating to the building official that it's not connected, and it's not being occupied. May be a better solution, just to make sure that it's not connected if that's really the concern.
So you've got a motion on the floor,
Yes.
correct?
We got a motion on the floor now. Do I have a second? I don't hear a second. We still are obligated to go forth with our motion, even without a second. So, are there any more concerns before we call for the vote? Another thing that we could always do that's come to my mind, we could table this for 30 days until they get the health or someone down there to check to see if there's a second septic system in and find out if it's there. I mean, somebody can go down there and see if it's a septic system down there. I mean, the ground might be, there might be indentions in the ground. We all live out in the country and know what a septic system is and how that, there are indentions in the ground where that it has settled. That's another thing that we can do, but we got a motion on the table that we've got to call for a vote. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please? I tell you what, before you do that, read the motion back, please, as it was presented.
I'm gonna have to go back and find his
Making
keys.
her earn her keep.
Making it hard on you tonight, aren't we? We done talked so much, I'm not real sure myself what the motion is.
I'm just gonna read it from the book, and then I'm gonna add his extra condition, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say.
Okay.
Tab 12 in your book, number 3, page 3.
Okay. The Franklin County Board of Supervisors determined that the request will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code and use is permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community, and improved the special use permit for short-term tourist rental of dwelling within the 5 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission. In the additional condition number 6, that the owners shall install a safe, adequate, and proper septic facility sufficient for the 3 bedrooms in the house and the 2 bedrooms in the garage apartment.
Thank you. If you do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Jamison?
No.
Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Carter?
No.
Supervisor Smith?
No.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
No.
Chairman Thompson?
No.
So the motion did not carry.
All right, now do we have an alternate motion? All right.
I'll offer a motion, Mr. Chairman.
That's, so it didn't pass, so it's over with.
I'll offer a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Say that again?
I'll offer a motion.
Okay.
I find that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that the use that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for short-term tourist rental of dwelling on property with the 5 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission, with a 6th condition that the septic hooked up to the garage be permanently disconnected and inspected by the county building official.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second on that one? Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
No.
Supervisor Quinn?
No.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Where's my agenda at? Okay, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comments give citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes of their comments. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to the individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of the local government and not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during the public comment. If a speaker violates the rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon the second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone signed up?
Mr. William Ferguson.
Billy, how are you tonight?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. Hope you are.
Good to see you.
My name is William Ferguson. I reside at 150 Hodjo Lane in Rocky Mount. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to thank you for allowing me this opportunity tonight. Each of you are aware that I'm a retired employee of Franklin County Public Safety with 33 and a half years of service. In addition, I'm a lifetime member of Franklin County Rescue Squad. I'm a nationally registered paramedic, fire instructor, hazardous materials technician, fire investigator, fire inspector, along with numerous other professional credentials. I've instructed fire and EMS programs in 6 states and served as the chairman of the Virginia Association of Governmental EMS Administrators, and have been appointed by 2 separate Virginia governors to serve on the Governor's Advisory Board. I have several concerns regarding the state of our public safety system over the past year and would like to bring them to your attention. Recently, the Career Division of Public Safety had $600,000 added to their budget to be utilized for recruitment and retention of career staff. How much was allocated for recruitment and retention of our volunteers? In the proposed budget, there's nearly $1 million proposed for public safety with $680,000 for ambulances. It is my understanding that there are 2 or 3 ambulances already on order. Our volunteer agencies only receive a little over $26,000 a year in operational funds with no increase proposed in this year's budget. Why is there such discrepancy? Previously, Public Safety had promised 24-hour staffing for the Snow Creek Rescue Squad if they provide showers and sleeping quarters. The board generously approved positions for the staff, and the community raised $80,000, and the board appropriated $100,000 for the construction. Is that staffing there? Over $60,000 has been spent on rebranding. Why could this not have been accomplished through attrition? Volunteers for many years have received a small stipend for answering calls. I understand that payments for the last pay schedule have been put on hold due to lack of funds. Maybe we could have utilized that money from the cost of rebranding to fill this gap. Our volunteer departments recently had to take on training of the volunteers. What happened to that funding? We have several departments that need additional funding for protective equipment such as turnout gear and SCBA, but remember, they only get $26,000. I understand that Public Safety Administration recently prohibited public safety field staff from speaking to the board. What happened to the First Amendment? I'm sure that if this is accurate. A board member recently stated a thorough investigation be carried out after the wreck of a fire truck. Was the same thorough investigation carried out after the director's vehicle was recently damaged? While we understand the need to raise taxes, has anyone thought that maybe an alternative would be to better enforce delinquent taxes? As a side note, there are at least 7 employees of public safety on that delinquent list. It appears that our volunteers have been neglected tremendously, all the while they continue to provide a great service. Finally, the Director of Public Safety and the Board of Supervisors are always begging for volunteers, and yet the Director of Public Safety will not allow an individual who's been a paramedic since 1988 to volunteer. Why would that happen? I've also been provided a written document that lists 18 full-time providers, 8 part-time providers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Shannon Brooks.
Good evening.
Talking to the microphone.
Yes, ma'am. State your name and address, please, for the
I'm
record.
Shannon Brooks. I live at 1680 Stanford Road, Union Hall, Virginia.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, now it's on. Okay. That kind of startled me there. I am Shannon Brooks. I'm a resident of Franklin County, but I'm speaking tonight as an 18-year veteran teacher of your school system, and I'm here to ask you to support the FCPS budget request for the 25-26 school year. I believe you got that last week. and the staff compensation that that plan includes. I've come before this board several times previously to request your support for school funding. I've especially spoken about the need to fund more competitive salaries and retain experienced staff. Your investments in that effort are starting to pay dividends. It is making a big difference for our students and staff to have highly qualified teachers that we can retain year after year. Now there's just one last phase to fund. And I'm here to ask you to approve the budget that will help us finish the job of making employees like me whole. Let me tell you the difference that Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the compensation plan made for my family. Before Phase 1 and 2, I was 7 years behind in pay raises. I was making $48,000 a year with 15 years experience. I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and 12 plus hours beyond. My husband and I both worked full-time and then some, but we consistently ran out of money before we ran out of month, as we like to put it. The last 2 years with Phase 1 have given my family the first measure of security we have ever had. When my husband had cancer surgery a year ago and was out of work for weeks, I did not have to worry that we might lose our home. That would not have been the case even 2 years ago. When our child needed emergency hospitalization just this past January, we could focus on their recovery rather than agonize over how we would pay for it. We have savings for the first time ever. We will soon have paid off the debt that we accrued during those 7 years. So why do I still need Phase 3? Because it's how employees like me can ensure that we receive the maximum retirement benefit to which we're entitled under VRS. All of us in the Phase 3 boat are veterans of long service, and the clock is ticking down on our ability to secure our families' futures in a way that we could not secure their past. The larger reason why I'm asking you to fund this is because it's the right thing to do. We've given the county our best for decades, and we're grateful for all you've done to catch us up. But we need you and your help to finish this job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dana Raven.
Is it already on? Don't scare me. Hey, y'all, I'm Dana Raven. My address is 628 Evermore Road, Callaway, 24067. And again, my name is Dana Raven, and I'm a teacher at Franklin County. While Shannon's got all of the years, I'm relatively new. And I'm here tonight to also urge you to approve the school board's budget, a budget that finally brings fairness to teachers who have waited for far too long. For 7 years, many of our educators have worked under frozen salaries, while neighboring counties have moved forward, offering competitive pay to their teachers. Despite this, Franklin County teachers have stayed committed, showing up every day for our students, our schools, and this community. But this moment is about more than overdue raises. It's about Franklin County's future. If we want to attract young families and businesses, if we want our community to grow and thrive, we must have schools that people seek out. Schools that are well-staffed with talented, dedicated teachers. And to do that, we must be competitive with the districts next door. Approving this budget is not just a financial decision, it's a strategic investment in Franklin County itself. Our educators are the foundation of our schools, and strong schools are the heartbeat of a strong community. It's time to make good on the promises made to teachers and to show that Franklin County is serious about investing in the people who invest in its children. I thank you for your time and ask for your support on behalf of every educator and every student who calls Franklin County home. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other speakers signed up tonight.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak to public comment? Come forward, ma'am. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening.
Bashful, are you? Is that why you didn't sign up?
My name is Carolyn Sharp. I live at 606 Lakestone Road, Union Hall. I am an educator in Franklin County Public Schools, and I did not intend to speak tonight, but as I sat here, I thought if I don't speak, then I'm not sharing my story, and I think you need to hear stories from the educators, and I am one of those who was frozen for 7 years. When I was hired to work in Franklin County Public Schools, the personnel director at that time looked at me and he said, before I offer you this position, can you look me in the eye and tell me that you will not jump ship after a year, after gaining a little experience in your current position, and go to another division? And so I looked him in the eye and I said, I promise you, so long as I feel that Franklin County is taking care of me. Well, I waited 7 years while I did not receive a raise, but I hung in there. And the reason I hung in there is because of the kids that I teach and the community that I work in. Despite the fact that I was trying to save money to put kids through college, I gave up the opportunity to seek my master's degree in library science. Instead, I acquired an endorsement, which means that I am still being paid on a bachelor's degree. I have the skill set of a master's degree, and I'm here to tell you I'm really good at my job. But I have not received the compensation that I should be receiving. I thank you so much for allowing Phase 1 and Phase 2 to go forward, and I know what a struggle it has been. I'm begging you to please allow for Phase 3. I am nearing retirement. I have given a lot. I have dedicated myself to the children of this county. I have moved to this county after commuting from Roanoke for many years. So now I'm a resident. I plan to retire in this county, and I would like to be able to retire whole so that when I receive my check from VRS, I know that I was supported after all the years I supported others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to come forward and speak?
My name is Tracy Whitaker, 361 Leland Lane, Rocky Mount. I've been a teacher for 30 years as of this year. Volunteered a lot of time, coached and have taught. I'm currently at the middle school. Proud of the job that we've been able to do, but we need you. With the federal government and the lack of funding and some help, we need the county to step up. The expenditures go a long way. I'm only going to get like 1% from this third phase, but I've gotten pretty good couple of jumps the last couple of years, and it's made a big difference. The past 10 hasn't been good. Been living on donated deer meat for a couple of years, raising 3 healthy boys. And it's a shame to give 30 years, and it's frustrating on their pay scale as well, where new employees will be making more than you're making, even after putting 10, 15 in. I'm at 30 years. I've made the last couple of years, with a couple of extra jumps, and things have gotten better for my family. And right now, we see a lot of teachers have left. I'm not one of many still at the county with 30. I'm the team leader, the grade level history leader, the department chair. And so we need some folks to step up, be able to come to the county and help out with this leadership role. And so the compensation goes a long way to get people here. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and I'd like for you to pass the Phase 3.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, if there's no one else, then I'm going to close the public comment. Thank you all for there. For you teachers that are here, I want to thank you for your years of service and appreciate it. Appreciate you being here tonight. All right, now we're going to go back. We skipped a whole lot earlier. We'll go back. Mr. Carter, if you'll come forward, please, and do your monthly financial report. Oh, was he asleep? Need to wake him up? Oh, middle of an email.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so I've been waiting all evening for this moment. No,
We have too.
Yeah.
We have too, buddy.
Better have good news.
It's not terrible news. No, there really isn't a lot of change. There's some positive indicators, some either way. Really, I'll kind of go through this fairly quickly. So what we're looking at for our report this month is 8 months of the fiscal year through the end of February. So that's about 66% of the budget with what we'd expect. So really with what we're looking at with our revenues at this point and our expenditures, we're within where we would expect to be in acceptable ranges. So what that means is, while you'll see on some later slides, we are behind a little bit on some of our collections for comparison. Because we budget conservatively, we're doing fine from a budgetary standpoint. So we are meeting about where we would expect to be. We're close. We're getting really close, a little more comfort than I would like in a couple of areas. But the revenues are remaining relatively stable that we've seen over the last 60 to 90 days. So to graphically show that to you, you can see the revenues. You can see we are that trend line, that blue line, we're a little above when you compare year over year. We would expect to be. Categorically, what that looks like for you, you can see your general property taxes, which is your real estate and your personal, other minor taxes, machinery and tools and such. And so we're a little bit ahead of that. The other we expect to be because of the real estate rate. Other local taxes, we're basically even. There's maybe $200,000 difference. It's not a lot of difference. State revenue, we're a little ahead. Typically, though, the state revenue is on a reimbursement basis, so that means you had to spend the money in order to get the state revenue, which means expenditures are up in those areas as well for the applicable funding streams. So real estate, we are still behind. If you look at the percent of budget at the bottom of that chart, we're at 48.95% this point. In the two prior years, we're at least at 50% or above through the end of February. So we are seeing growth of 5.1%, about $1.1 million over where we were last year, which is a positive thing. But the percent of budget is more what's got us concerned because that's what we pay our bills with. And so we still think we will meet budget. But this is probably the tightest we've seen with real estate to this point since I've been here. So continuing to work. We had a decent month of collections, not as good as personal, so I'll pivot to personal. Personal property in February had a very good month of collections, and so we're at 97% of budget now, which is ahead of where we were 2 years ago. Last year was an anomaly when we budgeted a little conservatively, and we had a higher increase than we anticipated. But realistically, we're where we would want to be. We are ahead year over year, $330,000 with March through June to go on the collections. I fully expect us to meet our personal property budget this year, which is a good thing. That was not the case 60 days ago with where collections were looking. We had a very strong February of collections. So local sales tax is roughly trending. It's 3.2% behind year over year, about $187,000. And so that's a little behind on the budget. If you'll notice, we're at 72%. So we were behind from where we were prior years. We were at 79, 78% at this point in the two prior fiscal years, but we're at 72%, so we're still ahead of the budget. And so this includes the February sales tax collections, includes the December tax window or shopping window, which of course is peak Christmas season. So we were close. We were a little below the December shopping, the February collections last year. but very, very close. So that's a little encouraging that it wasn't a significant drop-off in what our December sales actually are coming in at. So you'll see that you'll have that'll dip for March because that'll get into January sales, and then it'll start picking back up as you get towards the warmer months. So right now we're a little behind. We're looking fine to meet budget, but we are a little behind year over year. Mills tax is about the same. It's about even, $602 difference. We're looking okay with where we would want to be percent of budget-wise to complete the fiscal year and meet budget. So right now that indicator's okay. Occupancy is a little ahead, 4.2%. It's only about $12,000 in the budget, but we are ahead of the budget where we were last year, and that was we were a little behind last year. It's a good sign on right now where we will be with our main indicators of taxes that we're going to meet budget. Real estate is the one that has me the most concerned, just because of its size and significance to our budget as far as what we fund, why that's a little lagging from what we would anticipate. But overall, we think we'll meet budget, just don't know what that'll mean for year-end surplus by the time it's all said and done. Okay? General fund expenditures, we had a better February. We're up a little bit in January. We're down a little bit compared year over year for February. To show that by category, really, they're pretty much even. You see very little difference. Main reason you see very little difference is because of the spread, because public safety and health and welfare is such a large portion of our budget, it kind of skews the other departments and categories. But you would expect to be, because most of our budget is personnel related, you would expect to see some increases there just by the inflationary nature of the labor market. Okay. Health and welfare, we do break that down. You can see a little bit up in social services. That's likely more personnel related with standard cost of living increases. The programs are up a little bit, but that's mostly federally funded and reimbursed. CSA actually had a catch-up month, so it's been trending a little behind. Now it's even with where we were this point in time last year. Don't really expect that to go down. Don't see costs in the realm of CSA going down with the services that are provided in that program. There's been no change to fund balance or reserves on this slide with our 20% policy minimum. We're still at about $19.5 million above that for our unassigned fund balance. And there really has been very little change in our economic and state budget update. State budget is still in the General Assembly and the governor's review at this point. CPI, we did have a better month for inflationary increases in February. It was 2.8%. It had been over 3% or above for the last 2 or 3 months. Core inflation is still above 3%. Unemployment rate was 4.1%, a relatively healthy unemployment rate for the month of February. Federal Reserve is actually meeting today, tomorrow, so we will see if they make any adjustments to their Fed funds rate. Realistically, we don't think so because of the uncertainty in the markets, in the national economy, and also the trade. I know it's, you can talk about, but the unknowns of the tariff situation is keeping the Federal Reserve at bay because they're really not sure what impact that will have on the economy. So I don't think we'll have a rate change come out of this meeting. It may surprise me, but so right now we're at 4.25%, 4.5% is the Fed funds rate. We're roughly in that range on the rate we're earning on our investments still. And so, of course, when we plan for that rate in our budget, those are the items we consider is what would that rate be over the 18 months from the date we're looking at to the end of next fiscal year, June 30th, 2026. And with that, Mr. Chairman, members, board, that is the finance report. Happy to answer
Anybody
any
got any
questions.
questions for Brian? Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did a good job.
Thank
you. All right, now, we're going to forego our budget work session for today. We'll have that Thursday. But what I would like to do today, before we go into that, and I'm just going to give you an example, and then we'll talk about it more in just a few minutes when we come out of our closed session. Is there anything in particular that you would like to talk about when we go into when we have our budget work session? Not in closed session, in our budget work session. Is there anything, for example, I'm concerned, and I've got some questions, and I've asked Brian some questions. I'm concerned of losing employees to other places because of our pay scale. And I know that's a problem everywhere, not just here. And I'm wondering if there's anything that we can do, if we have to do. Everybody hates to hear that, but they've done a proposed 1 cent tax increase, but are we gonna have to go to 2 cent to retain our employees and things of that nature? Is because the reason I say this is we need to consider how much it costs the county to do the training. And it is turning out and it is looking like we're becoming a training school and paying for schools for other counties and municipalities. And that's perplexing to me. And not only is Franklin County seeing that, but there's others that are here. I mean, tonight you heard what some of these school teachers were talking about, and that's a problem everywhere. That's a problem everywhere. For example, in my career in law enforcement, full-time and part-time was over 35 years. And I remember when I started in law enforcement that you could go through at a police academy and you could come out top of your class and you could get you, say, 3 years experience on the road. And if you wanted to go to the state police, you had to go through their entire academy all over again. It didn't matter what you had. Doesn't matter at all. Today, it's not like that. Today, it's not like that. They'll take you right off from that. They'll put you through like a 6-week program to teach you the state police ways and go through the code book on traffic and put you out on the road. And there's no way that Franklin County is going to be able to compete with the state police, with the kind of money that they get. But that's what I'm talking about. If you got anything, we need to give staff our thoughts and ideas on that, and we'll come back to that in a minute, just because I know I sprung that on you quickly. And, you think about it, and then we'll draw up and come up with a list for them to talk about when we go into, I done it again, Jim, when we go into a budget session on Thursday. All right, with that being done, Chris, get your report and any other matters?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and speaking of Thursday's budget work session, Thursday evening, the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce is having their awards ceremony earlier in the evening. I think it's 5 or 6 o'clock. But that being said, our budget work session tentatively was scheduled for 3 o'clock. But given this will be a time for the board to get into those topics, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, and others, I didn't know if it would be the pleasure of the board to consider maybe starting earlier on Thursday with the budget work session, given other commitments and so forth. Again, pleasure of the board, but staff can be ready at any time Thursday afternoon.
What's the board's pleasure? Doesn't matter to me. I'll be here at 3 or I'll be here at 1 or 2.
I have a commitment that runs up to 3, but
I'm sorry?
I have a commitment that runs up to 3, so I couldn't be here at 2, but I can still be here at 3.
Okay. How about the rest of you?
I'm open to anything. Like I said, I can be here whatever time you want to start.
I'll do it. I'll work with pleasure.
All right, that's everybody but one. So what do you say? 2 o'clock? Is that good enough? Chris?
We'll make whatever work. Yeah, whatever's pleasure for the board.
You tell us. 2 o'clock?
Yeah, 2
1 o'clock?
2
What do you
o'clock.
need?
2 o'clock can work, Mr. Chairman.
All right, 2 o'clock work for everybody? Dan, you come when you can. And Madam Clerk, will you be so kind as to call Nick Mitchell, please, and tell him. All right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just a couple other upcoming events. We shared this with the board, I think, last week in a communication, but it's good. We're trying to get the information out there, and Kevin Tosh Certifications is going to do an excellent job in helping us with this. But just to, I know there'll be a lot of questions in the community when they see a lot of vehicles, emergency vehicles and so forth later this month. March 30th through April the 4th, the 4-H Center down at the lake is hosting a large-scale incident management team training. Eric Schmidt and our GIS department's involved in that. So it's involved with a lot of groups in Virginia, but also the Fire Department of New York City. So there's going to be a lot of emergency-related vehicles roving around the county, and so we just want to make the citizens keenly aware this is a training exercise. There's nothing sinister or crazy going on in Franklin County, and we're going to try to do our best to get that message out with Mr. Tosh. I'd also share, just coming up, just some things, Parks and Rec, tourism related. Speaking of the chamber, the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber holds their business expo on April the 8th. A lot of our businesses will be involved with that. Of course, we got the Easter holiday coming up, big Easter egg hunt at Wade Park. But again, just reminding the community of this big event happening at Smith Mountain Lake. It's the first time in the county's history that Major League Fishing is coming to Smith Mountain Lake. That's a massive tournament at the lake. There will be broadcasts really many days, almost close to a week, of a lot of 6 days. Thanks, Kevin. Almost 24/7 coverage, live stream, a lot of attention on Franklin County and our businesses and tourism. So really excited. I understand a lot of our local hotels, including one here in the town of Rocky Mount, is almost the unofficial host hotel. Got the book of business, not the hotels in Roanoke, but here in Franklin County and in the town. And so also, not to be outdone, at Smith Mountain Lake, 2 days later on May 24th, the Fishers of Men Legacy Tournament is going to be held on beautiful Philpott Lake on the other end of the county. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll share with you on that. I know there was some question. I think some board had some communication. I think, Mr. Quinn, you had sent something out regarding, and Ms. Smith, I think you had shared some information regarding the recent storms and Appalachian Power and maintenance of the easements and the lines and so forth. Of course, Rob Mann, who was with us during the Broadband Authority last month, typically attends our Broadband Authority meetings. It's a possibility that he would be doing that at a future broadband meeting where Rob could be here. But we also have had discussions with VDOT regarding, because it's more complex than just the maintenance of the Appalachian Power lines. It's a lot of the easements really are along the roadways, and so it's a VDOT issue as well. But I know, Mr. Quinn, you had some communication back and forth. So it may be, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if the board would like us to invite representatives in at some point, we can do that at a future board meeting if it's the pleasure of the board.
I understood tonight from Brian that they'd finished the primary roads and now they were working on secondary. I'm not kidding y'all. For those that go through Burnt Chimney, man, you ought to see what a pile of stuff's down there. It's a huge pile that they've gathered off the roads and piled it up down there. It's wow. I don't know. Well, they probably get that big a pile down there at my house too, down down my road.
Reminds you of the ice storm of '94.
Huh?
It reminds you of the ice storm of '94.
You know, Tim, I believe this is worse than that. I know 94. I know 94 was bad. It was a mess. It was really bad.
Yeah,
but
94, over 90% of the entire county was out of power.
oh yeah, was out of power. Yeah, I remember that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to state, I sent the board, you got a copy, I'm sure, of my overview from my discussions with ADP and VDOT. So we've got that much. So whether we want to invite them in, whether they can yield any further information, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter to me because I think they're going to be getting these requests from everywhere, and I think it's not going to hurt nothing to keep Franklin County on the map. That's all I can say. It's not going to keep Franklin County's name out there.
Yep. And then, Mr. Chairman, just as we look towards the Thursday work session, appreciate again any feedback. If we want to segment those out into some topics to get into the capital improvement plan, the CIP, other topics, if it's external agencies or specific departments, if we need to, line up department directors or constitutionals, we can try to do that for Thursday. But again, any feedback before the board leaves tonight, it would be helpful. One thing I think for the continued discussion, we will have to, with the time-sensitive nature of the employee health insurance that was shared earlier, we will likely need to have more board discussion on Thursday because that's a time-sensitive matter as well. And we can be prepared if the board just gives us any feedback or questions, we'll try to get those answered.
All right. Mr. Quinn, you have anything?
I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report. Okay. All right. Other matters by supervisors. If you've got any like I was talking about a while ago, any suggestions for a topic on the, in regards to the budget? State them now if you got them. If you don't, you can call tomorrow and talk to Madam Clerk or to, probably Madam Clerk would be the best one to get, the easiest to get. So with that, who's got other matters by supervisor? Let's start. Mr. Quinn? Nothing? Tim?
Good.
Mike?
Just as a follow-up to some of Chris's comments, I wonder if in Lori's email, would it be appropriate for us to send a letter to the SCC, some of our concerns with these AEP power bills, maintenance of the lines and so forth, and copy that to Delegate Davis, Senator Stanley, and Morgan Griffith, the local politicians, just so that we have something in writing to all of them voicing our concerns, and let staff draft a letter.
My thing on that is I got that whole house generator, and I'm wondering, I meant to call. Do any of y'all know that because is my meter turning with that whole house generator? And are they charging me for the power that I'm generating?
No. No.
No? Okay.
And I will make one other comment. Property I own in Ferrum, a lot of people, and all of us included, have complained about maintenance of the lines, tree cutting. They came through there last year with a helicopter, and I mean, they cleaned those lines out a swath like you wouldn't believe, because I had to clean up the mess. They never came back and got it. And guess what? The power was out up there for 9 days. So it's more to it than just cleaning some of these power lines.
Have you seen that line down on the ground just past the Homestead Creamery? On the right-hand side, it's a line laying on the ground. Have any of y'all, you seen it, Randy?
I think that's our phone lines.
Phone line?
Landline. What's obvious about it now, it's been hanging up in those trees. So
Yeah, but the tree fell across it.
well, there's a couple things happened there. The landowners cleaned up all that fence line and the cedars. And then about a week later, somebody ran off the road there and clipped off a pole. So that's what started the whole mess.
Well, I saw the pole broke, but I didn't know a car had hit it. I thought the ice storm did it.
So, and I don't know with whoever's in charge of our landlines, it's terrible all the way from.
Well, it's on the ground. It's on the ground. I'm telling you that. If you go by there, you look and see it's laying on the ground.
Fire hydrant's been clipped off and laid out in the field.
Marshall, you got anything other matters?
I'm good.
My other matters, the only thing I got is I told you a while ago, I'm concerned about making sure that we are taking care of our employees on that. And with that being said, Smith, you got something to read to go into closed session?
Yes, sir. I would move that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors enter into a closed meeting in accordance with section 2.2-3711, A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commission, etc. A2, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
All right, need a second? Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on that, please?
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, we'll go back in the back to Chris's office.